we'd like to get the program started full day ahead. So we're so grateful that you're all here. By way of introduction, I'm Father Jack Clare. I serve as the President and Executive Director here at Misericordia. Everyone of our staff is so proud and so involved. So most of our vice presidents are the ones who are running around serving the tables today. So the heads of nursing were out serving food, so everyone gets involved. That's what's the blessing. That's what makes it work, I think, is when everybody's involved. When I came here almost 26 years ago, I thought, Misericordia can do whatever it wants. I had no idea the kind of control that the state and other authorities had over our life here. And so I just thought, we could pick whatever residents want to come in, we could do whatever was going to happen. It just doesn't that way, as you all know. So it's a constant challenge, a constant trying to balance life here at Misericordia, as it is at all of your places, with the rules that the state sets up, with pass agencies, and all the other things that go into making an admission and making our work here possible. We are very blessed. I mentioned last night when we welcomed folks. Sister Rosemary Conley was the executive director here for 52 years. Sister moved into hospice a couple of weeks ago. And so we are patiently praying at her bedside now that God will take her to her reward. She dedicated her life to our residents and to their happiness and to their goodness of life. So we're hopeful that the Lord will gently welcome her home very quickly and allow her to be at rest with so many people that she, has outlived. She's 94 now, so she's had a full life and done all that she can do to build this place. And people ask me, how does it happen here? The reason it happened was she and the board of directors 50 years ago made a decision that they were going to raise money and they were going to save it. The big thing is one thing to raise the money, it's another thing to be able to save it. So we sit very beautifully 50 years later. We're about to announce almost a $200 million building program. So there's a lot that's happening, a lot that's going to happen. We never could be settled because the waiting list is so long. Like we were opening up new homes back here. We just got 8 of the 16 licensed. We had to get the other 8 licensed. We'll welcome 124 new residents onto the campus. And we have talked with all of their parents. They are very excited and anxious. But as you know, it's so hard to kind of work through all that. Even the ones who are moving on campus, the state has to come here and approve them and meet with them. And so that process is all going on. It's long and complicated, but it's all good. And I believe that we are making people's lives better. And I think we serve, as Sister often said, we serve the families as much as we serve the residents. The residents kind of live in their own world, and everything disappears for them every day. It's just kind of amazing. I've often said my sister lived here. She died last year, but I often thought, who was the more blessed one? She would never have to worry about a thing. Everything was always there when she needed it. Her life was busy. Never had to worry if the air conditioning was working, or if the heat was on, or if there was going to be a meal, or if there was going to be a snack, or if there was going to be something to entertain her. There was always something happening. So while their lives are a challenge, any of us who are caring for them also know how blessed they are. And that's our job, to make their lives blessed. And I feel that's the greatest honor of my life. I've been a priest now for 41 years, I think. And these last 26 have really been the best years of my life. At the time in which I feel most in touch with doing God's work. So I'm going to ask if we just bow our heads for a minute as we begin. We begin all things here with prayer, even though we have a wide range of believers in our community. But we do ask God to bless all of our gatherings, to watch over all the things that we do to serve the people He has entrusted to our care. May He continue to bless the work of all the organizations represented here. May He continue to bless us with good people to work for us, good people to volunteer with us, good people to financially support us. We thank you, Lord, for the difference that we are able to make, and help us always to be good servants who reach out to those who are often described as the least among us. We thank you for the blessings that are ours. Continue to bless all who are gathered here, that come home safe and sound. A little shaky day yesterday with the weather, but get everyone home safe and sound, and bless our time together. We offer this prayer in your name, and your blessing upon each and every one of us. God bless you all. Enjoy your time with us, and I hope you get a chance to look around campus. There's lots of fun things happening. My greatest joy is we're just starting to build a miniature golf course for the residents. So I'm really excited about it. It's an area back behind the pool and in front of one of the buildings that was not really able to use for anything else. And I went to a Camp Courageous. Some of you may use it in Iowa, Camp for Disabled Folks. And they had this golf course that was built, a miniature golf course, that every hole a wheelchair could play at. I thought it was the greatest thing, so we found the company that built it, and they're in the process right now of building one here on campus. So I'm so excited. The residents are already planning tournaments and everything, so it is terrific. So thank you, enjoy your day, and I hope you get to see it all.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Gina Conley. I'm one of the vice presidents here at Misericordia. I just wanted to start with a few announcements just to make sure that everybody's comfortable. First of all, if there's anything that anyone needs, look for our staff here. They all have their IDs on. They can help you with anything that you might need. Charging stations are over here to the right. Restrooms you can access here. You can also access them out through the hall, outside of the hallway. Should you need a private meeting space, again, reach out to one of our Misericordia staff and they'll help you locate that. We are going to be doing breakout sessions this afternoon. One of the sessions will be in the room directly behind you, and the other one will be down the hall. We'll have people guiding you and directing you there. Tours. So tours are going to be a bit complicated. We are really excited to be able to share Misericordia, but we did not know that every single person wanted to go on a tour, but we will make it work. So I think it was explained to you on the back of your name tag, you have a sticker, and that is the tour group that you're in. There will be people when we break at 11:15 with signs, and you will follow them, and they will escort you to your transportation to take a quick tour of the campus. There's two different tour groups, one happening at 11:15, one happening at 12:20. SCILA tours. Again, we had no idea so many people would be interested in our SCILA tours. We are asking for anybody that has requested a tour for Friday to consider taking a tour this afternoon when the conference ends, starting at 3:30. It'll work out better. So if you can be flexible, we really ask that you do that. Lindsay Wilkins, I'm not sure if she's in the room, will be assisting with that. So I will make sure that once again, before we get to that point, you know who she is so that you can change your tour to Thursday if you're willing to do that. So just a few fun things. Following the conference, of course, we're going to be doing the cocktail hour. And then immediately following that will be dinner at 5 o'clock. Our gift shop is going to be open starting at 3:30. We'll have people directing you to that as well. And then you'll also find our bakery truck out in the parking lot. So if you'd like to purchase baked goods, there'll also be a bakery truck there for you as well. And then at the cocktail hour, we're going to have a photo booth. So have fun and take some fun pictures. There's going to be some great memories from this event. And then as far as tomorrow, anybody that needs to bring their luggage and you're using the mini coach can store that luggage for you on the bus, and then we have a place here where you can check that luggage, so you don't have to worry about that either. And I think that is it. So, all right, well, I really hope that everybody enjoys the day. I'm going to go ahead and welcome Scott Fennell, who is our chairman of Together for Choice.
Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody can hear me. Welcome to the 2025 Together for Choice Conference. I want to thank Father Jack and Gina Connolly and all the Misericordia staff for all the hard work bringing this conference together. I believe we have a very interesting and informative set of programs over the next day and a half. I'm going to spend the opening minutes here, a few minutes, to outline what Together for Choice has been up to in 2025. And then I'm going to turn it over to you to ask questions and comments on things you'd like us to think about and consider. We're a member-driven organization. It's very important that we hear your questions and hear your comments. As you know, 2025 brought a change in administration in Washington. Our immediate question was, how can we work with this new administration to advance our mission of improving the lives of those with significant developmental disabilities? One of the main features of this current administration is a drive to deregulate, to get rid of rules and regulations that are onerous and burdensome to individuals and businesses. So this caused us to immediately focus on the settings rule. You might recall that the first Trump administration also had a deregulation agenda. And at that time, we felt that presented an opportunity to also try to revise the settings rule. And so we went down to CMS in the spring of 2017 and met with the leaders of CMS to talk about how the settings rule was adversely impacting folks with significant intellectual disabilities who couldn't really have their needs met in the kinds of settings that the settings rule preferred. The CMS was very sympathetic at that time for our argument, but it took them 2 years to issue new, less restrictive guidance. And by that time, the states had gone a long ways toward implementing the settings rule under the original 2014 guidance. And so we have spent the last 5 years trying to convince states to implement the new guidance as opposed to the old guidance. This time around, it looks like to us that the Trump administration is much more serious and much more aggressive about their deregulation agenda. In mid-February, President Trump issued an executive order that required all federal agencies within 90 days to identify the rules that they wish to have repealed or amended. And so we took up that and immediately wrote a letter to the Deputy Administrator of CMS, Drew Snyder, asking that CMS either repeal or amend the settings rule. I want to spend just a few minutes to give you a little bit more background on how we got to that step. I think it really illustrates what Together for Choice is all about and why we've been as effective as we have been, despite our being a relatively small and relatively new organization compared to some of the legacy disability advocacy groups. We heard early on, even before the executive order, I would say in late January, early February, that the president was going to appoint Drew Snyder as the Deputy Administrator of CMS. We didn't know who Drew Snyder was, but we knew he had been the Medicaid director in Mississippi. And so I reached out to Ashley and said, do we have any members in Mississippi who might know Drew Snyder? Ashley reached out to Park Pepper at the Baddour Center in Mississippi, and it turns out that he has a good friend of Drew Snyder's, and was a fraternity brother of Drew Snyder's in college. And so we alerted Park that we might want to have his friend's help in setting up the meeting with Drew Snyder. Then the executive order hit, and we reached out to our pro bono counsel, Phil Peich, who's been helping us on pro bono basis since the beginning of this organization. He said, when we see this executive order, what do you think? What should we do? He said, this is a great opportunity to try to get repeal the settings rule. And I suggested you write a letter to Drew Snyder, who's the right person to reach out to initiate that process. So we then went back to Parker and said, hey, we'd like your friend, if you would, write a letter in front of Drew Snyder. His friend, Parker, reached out to his friend agreed to do it, and his friend emailed Drew Snyder our letter. A couple weeks later, I get a phone call from the chief legal officer of CMS saying that Secretary Kennedy of HHS would like to meet with me to talk about the settings rule that first week of April. We thought, wow, this is great. And Ashley was already planning to be in DC at that time. So we said, okay, Ashley and Phil Peisch will lead the Secretary Kennedy of the Senate. Well, it turns out Secretary Kennedy had something else in mind. It was more of a meet and greet photo op sort of meeting, so nothing substantive got done at that meeting. But at that meeting was Drew Snyder, and Ashley connected with him at that meeting and said, hey, we'd really like to have a separate meeting with you to talk about the Senate rule. He agreed. We set up a virtual meeting with Ashley and me, and we had an opportunity to present to him why we thought the Senate rule ought to be repealed or amended. So I took a couple things away from this experience. First, our members are invaluable. You just never know when one of our members will have a relationship which will prove very important to help us in pursuing our goals. It's an unfortunate fact that personal relationships are really important in getting things done both at the federal and state level. I suspect that if we didn't have a good friend, Mr. Steiger, send him our letter directly, it likely would have been ignored. And so that we really need all of you to help us. If you've got contacts with policymakers, state or federal level, or you have relationships with somebody who has those contacts, so please let us know. Because you never know when those are going to come in handy. Also, networking is very important. Unfortunately, that's something that Ashley is great at. It's not something I really take pleasure in doing, but she is relentless. And she introduced herself to Mr. Snyder and would not let go until he agreed to meet with us. So that's sort of the background story of how we got to where we are today. We're still pursuing our efforts to get the Senate rule repealed or amended. And one of the things I hope you saw was our call to action. The Department of Health and Human Services, the overriding body within which CMS exists, has sent out a notice to the public saying, please identify all the rules and regulations that you think ought to be repealed or amended. And so we have asked all of our members to submit comments asking that the Senate rule be repealed. We circulated a sample comment for everybody to use in creating their own comment. And I hope everybody in this room has done that. If you haven't, there's still time. Comment period lasts until July 10th. So please, if you have not yet sent in your comment, please do so. Now, why is this important? It's important because CMS needs to understand that they didn't just get a letter from Together for Choice asking for the Senate rule to be repealed and explaining why it's so important that it do that. CMS needs to understand that there are folks across the entire country that are seeking to have this rule repealed, that support repeal of the rule. CMS has received a contrary letter to ours, signed by about 40 different organizations across the country. So we need to show that there are at least as many, if not more, folks that are supportive of repeal of the Senate. We have 80 organizations that have already said, yes, we agree with Together for Choice's position. But it's really important that CMS hear from families. So if you need another copy of our sample comment, please let us know and we'll make sure we get it to you. And then what we're asking you to do is submit your individual comment and also send it out to all your friends so that we get as many comments submitted before July 10th as possible. The other things we're doing in this regard is we have retained another pro bono lawyer to help us with our efforts. Phil Peisch has been great. He continues to help us on a pro bono basis. However, in this effort, we really need to have a lawyer who is well connected with the current administration. And so Phil connected us with a woman called Kelly Cleary at the Aiken Gump Law Firm. And she's agreed also to help us on a pro bono basis. She was the chief legal officer at CMS during President Trump's first term. So she and her firm are going to help us reach out to other folks at CMS to help us present our position about repeal the Senate rule. And Megan Grubb is going to help us reach out to senators and members of Congress, asking them to either meet with CMS or write letters to CMS also supportive of our position. We are focusing on Republican senators and members of Congress because in this administration, the views of Democratic members will not have any impact. So again, we're asking all of you, if you have relationships with Republican senators or members of Congress, please let us know and help us introduce us to your congressman or senator so that we can have a meeting with you, them, or their staff, explaining our position and asking for their support. Finally, we're also seeking testimonials from families that have been adversely affected by the Senate rule. And the reason why we're doing that is these testimonials from family members can be very powerful and have a great impact on policymakers and our elected representatives. We learned a couple weeks ago, in fact, that Drew Snyder has actually resigned as Deputy Administrator of CMS after a very short tenure. He's been replaced on an acting basis by Caprice Knapp, who was the Medicaid Director in North Dakota. We don't know Ms. Knapp, and we're reaching out and trying to find anybody who happens to know her or know somebody who knows her. So again, I'd ask any of you, if you happen to know her or know somebody who might, please let us know. We have received some criticism for our efforts. One of the comments that I have seen a number of times is, how can we be working with the Trump administration? And my response is that Together for Choice is a nonpartisan organization. In fact, I think it's more accurate to say we are apolitical. We do not get involved in politics. We don't care what political party a person is a member of, if any. We will work with anybody who's willing to work with us to improve the lives of those with significant intellectual disabilities. Just briefly, in terms of some other initiatives that we have going on, you may have seen circulated a letter to Attorney General Bondi and Assistant Attorney General Dillon asking the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice change their policies. We asked specifically that the division withdraw their 2023 guidance, which was against facility-based pay program. We also asked the division to change its policy, which is very much anti-ICF or any congregated type setting. We again don't have any personal contacts with Attorney General Bondi or Assistant Attorney General Dillon. So if any of you have such contacts or know of anybody that does, please let us know. Obviously, we're watching very closely what the Senate is going to do with respect to Medicaid funding. If anything happens that we believe warrants your attention and your action, we will let you know. At the state level, let me just mention a couple of things that are going on. Ashley last week testified before a Pennsylvania Senate hearing on a bill that would rescind Pennsylvania's restrictive rules that go beyond the Senate rule. Ashley also helped a new leaf in Oklahoma push back on proposed rules in that state that way have gone beyond the Senate rule. So that's sort of a brief summary of what we're up to so far this year. I want to open it up now to all of you for any questions and comments.
Okay, so we only have 5 minutes, so if you just raise your hand, and if you're confident that you can represent everybody in the room with one question, please raise your hand.
I understand the issues around the setting rules at the state level and Pennsylvania and Oklahoma. What is still in the settings rule at the federal level that is seen as so problematic, because once that change happened in 2019, it worked for us. So I'm going to learn more.
But it certainly worked in some states. Some states followed that guidance. In some states, it took a lot of effort on our end to get states to follow, but there are still many, many states that are following a more restricted initial guidance. Illinois is an example of that, where we are today. Pennsylvania is another example of that. And there are other states, New York is an example of that. And so we think it's important because the settings rule still at the federal level, as it exists, is biased toward smaller, less congregate type centers. And even though the new guidance did make a presumption of segregation on behalf of these larger settings, it's still subject to these larger settings being scrutiny. And there are other aspects of the rule which I think are highly prescriptive, like, everybody has to get access to any food they want at any time. They have to allow visitors at whoever they want at any time. All these sorts of things I think are just much too restrictive for folks with significant intellectual disabilities.
One more question?
How can we rebut the presumption that group homes actually provide the level of community integration that they say the institutions do not?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think the best way to do that is through the experiences of the individuals themselves and their families. And that's what we did in 2017 when we went to CMS. We took a couple of families with us who had actually had their kids either in their own apartments or in small group homes. And they explained to CMS how that is actually segregated as opposed to integrated. And how when they moved their children to a farmstead in each of those cases, it was so much more beneficial. It was so much more integrated. And it was, the conditions actually improved. They were able to reduce the medications they were on. They were happier. So it's those kinds of experiences, I think, that are critical in rebutting the sort of general presumption that's out there, which is, again, contrary to facts, at least for a large number of folks. So I'm sorry that I didn't get to answer more questions, but I'm around. So please come up with any questions as you find me in the hallways. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. My name is Adam Pomerantz. I am the CEO of Annandale Village, a residential community for adults with developmental disabilities in Suwanee, Georgia. And I will moderate this panel today with this esteemed group of folks. I am going to allow everyone, not allow, that sounds like ask everyone to introduce themselves and go ahead and tell a little bit about your organization. So, we'll start on the end.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Brittany Goodrich. I'm the director of the Kennedy Willis Center on Down syndrome. We are a resource center that provides best practices in the areas of education, research, life planning, and innovation for individuals with IDD, their families, and their greater community. And we are located on the village of Pathfinder Village. It is a 300-acre village in upstate New York who provides a variety of different services, habilitative services, vocational and pre-employment services, K-12 education school, summer camp program, things like that. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Brittany.
Hello. Am I on? So I'm Krista Mason, and I'm the executive director and founder of Benjamin's Hope in Holland, Michigan. Ben's Hope is inspired by my son Ben, who's profoundly affected by autism, and really our desire for him to have an abundant life. So we're a live, learn, Play Worship Farmstead community that provides all kinds of services for our broad West Michigan community and also residential services, often for folks that are quite complex in their behavior support needs. So, and we love Together for Choice and all the work you do.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Natalie Schmeichel. I am representing Misericordia this morning. I am president of clinical services, and I obviously have peers who also represent residential as vice presidents. I think Gina and Father Jack have kind of given you the download in terms of what we do here at Misericordia, but we have over 600 residents with a variety of different levels of disabilities. So we have our community integrated living area, facilities, which are in the community, obviously ICFs on campus, and then I also cover our skilled nursing facility, which is a 125-bed facility, which I'm sure many of you will tour today, where we have most of our medically complex residents with us. So with respect to my role specifically, I cover all of nursing. I do cover the skilled facility, as well as we have dietitians, dietary department on staff, we have therapists, speech and speech language, as well as an on-site dental clinic. We also staff nurse practitioners and 2 providers, so we do offer our own primary care, which is definitely a convenience for a lot of our residents and our families and guardians. So that's it. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Megan Thompson. I am the Executive Director of Bittersweet Farms out in White House, Ohio. So we're a little bit small out in the country, so if you know Toledo, Ohio, that's probably more accurate for you. We were the first farmstead model in the United States. We were founded in 1983 by a lovely lady named Betty Bruce Kay. And we have 3 different locations. Our flagship is in White House, Ohio, but we focus on a variety of different services. So we have residential, recreational, educational, social programs. Sorry, I'm trying to remember them all off the top of my head. Currently, we have an ICF. We also have a waiver facility, so we serve right around 30 individuals residentially and more than 100 individuals day program. And our transition school serves right around 115 individuals. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think those are the big
Megan, how many do you serve residentially?
Residentially, we serve right around 40 and about 100 day program estimated values. So that's us in a nutshell.
Thanks. I'm Jackie Cianzo. I feel very inadequate. I have 2 apartments in the city, in New York City. So, but I've been running the SAC program, which is an acronym for Special Needs Activity Center for Kids. We put an asterisk on it because now it's adults. My inspiration was my now 30-year-old son, Joe, who's profoundly autistic, has a seizure disorder, lots of behaviors. He sounds terrible on paper, but he's really a great guy. But really, the inspiration was we were turned away from special needs program in New York, which was really a bad day when you're not allowed into the special needs program with your special needs child. It's like, where do you go? He was 8 at the time. So really, I found the program because we needed it, and we weren't the only ones. So it's 22 years later. Joe's 30. I'm 61, and we have served hundreds of families, trained 1,000 plus of staff. And what we do is we run 7 days a week. We started very small with a Friday night for 2 hours of like a play date, because the kids are challenging behaviorally, like my son is. So it's not easy to run a program like that, but it isn't easy to find one either. So we started with swimming and sports and all the things typical kids do, and now we've grown into, we serve kids from 3 all the way up to Joe's from the oldest at 30. So we just started residential, we went to 2 apartments, we do after hours, slow transition to living on their own. We're a self-directed model. We don't take government funding directly. We fundraise half the budget, families pay, we try to keep the fees in line and fundraise for that gap between what the fees cover and what it actually costs, which is an enormous amount, being independent. So that's what we do. We've got about 40 young adults now. Joe's been in the 21 plus program, which we call it, for 9 years. We have 40 kids. We've got 6, 3 girls, 3 boys, staying overnight. We're figuring it out.
Wait, so, Jackie, how many people are you serving?
About 200 a week, with 7 days a week, 48 weeks, 48 weeks of the year. Our kids don't do well being without structure. It's in the habit, it's a little tricky, but we don't have all those transportation issues. We should have a farm, maybe a little more.
And you're our most tenured panelist, I believe, 2003?
2003, yep.
Crystal right behind you. Crystal, how many people do you serve? Let me catch that.
So residentially, right now we serve 30 people and we'll be at 44 by the end of the summer, opening 2 homes. Our Monday to Friday programming probably serves about 50 people. Church Events Hope, 400 people.
Wow.
You know, so our Medicaid funded program, however, is our residential, and that's super 44.
And Pathfinder Village, how many you guys serving? Did you mention?
We have 74 people that call Pathfinder home, and we serve about 125 people through our programs during the day.
Okay. And we are going to leave time for questions at the end. So as they come to you, jot them down, and like I said, we'll open it up. Some of you touched on it, but what kind of regulatory oversight do your programs have? Are you licensed? Are you not licensed? Are you able to avoid license? Anyone want to start?
We are considered a licensed adult foster care program. And in Michigan, they call our level of care specialized residential, which is 24/7 link staff. And so we're funded through Medicaid waiver dollars under the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services.
Gotcha.
We avoid it all.
You are, sorry,
We avoid any type of government oversight because from what I found, they probably wouldn't let me serve my own son. So we're better off that way.
And in the apartments that you're doing, you don't have anything there yet?
Well, we follow the self-directed model, so we teach our families how to navigate that part of the Medicaid waiver. So the families hire their own staff. You know, we don't really provide the staff, we're helping, we're teaching them how to navigate, but you know, that's how we manage it. The families have a lot of involvement for now, but we're hoping to, you know, pass that phase.
Bittersweet.
So we are a licensed ICF, but we are an unlicensed waiver homes. We have 2 HUD homes that we obviously are under HUD regulations for. And we also have transportation support through ODOT, through federal grants, so we are under the regulations of those grants. That's where our regulations lie.
So as we're reporting out, our ICFs and our skilled nursing facility are both federally funded. Our community integrated living arrangements are under DHS. We're licensed through the Illinois Department of Public Health and DHS.
Pathfinder?
We have a mix. I would say probably 2/3 of the village is in certified settings, so oversight with the HCBS waiver, and the rest third is private pay location.
So you're part of your campus that is regulated by the state and we recommend it. Is that fully funded?
Yes.
So no private pay component to that at all?
Yeah, so yes.
Okay. Anyone else want to comment on your breakdown of reimbursement and how much is public and how much is privately funded?
Sure. So in 2024, we had an $8.4 million budget. 84% was Medicaid funded, so you can imagine the current Medicaid conversations a little terrifying for us at Bittersweet Farms. The other 60% of our funding comes through fundraising, private donors, restricted grants, unrestricted grants, areas like that.
Our firm is
It's me.
Testing. Testing. Scott McAvoy.
So our current budget is 2.8 million. June 30th, I'll let you know. We fundraise half of that, and the other half comes from fees. We have found it's really important for the families to be involved, have skin in the game. But we do teach families how to navigate this self-determination in other areas to get reimbursed for those fees.
I'm gonna look to my peers for our actual budget, but it's the day. From the standpoint of our funding gap, our funding gap this year is over $40 million. Our foundation and our fundraising, they're a machine. But I think it's really, as an organization, what we're looking at in partnership with in clinical and residential really challenges us from that standpoint. Staffing is our greatest, our greatest labor cost. And so really thinking about how do we manage our resources and how do we do things potentially differently that offsets time so that people can focus on residents.
So our budget is probably most similar to Megan's. I think we're at about 5.7 million now, and Medicaid covers about 70-75% of the cost of care. So we're fundraising, millions of dollars to close that gap. I'll share one best practice that I wish somebody had said to me in the early days. We put 10% of every undesignated gift straight into endowment funding. And that's allowed our endowment fund over years to grow, and that helps eventually with the Medicaid gap.
Pathfinder Village is leading around 14 million operating budget, and about 70% of that's covered by Medicaid, per person, so then the fundraising, the rest as well.
All right, great. All right, so we are a complex needs panel. So what is your special sauce? What at your organization allows you to serve folks that other people are not able to serve? What have you created that's special for your organization?
I guess my sons are challenging. So I think one of the things that we learned early on was about having the right environment. So it's small groups. We don't really have more than 6 people, and as the guys have gotten bigger, sometimes it's 4. It's a big guy and it's a staff person, so that the environment matters. Training, of course, and we've crisis trained all of our staff because our guys tend to be, and our young ladies, aggressive, very aggressive, self-injurious. And I think that's the thing that scares most people. But when you're trained, you feel very empowered, families as well as the staff. So that's been really something that I've seen a huge shift in the fear factor, which is really generally what happens. And we don't have a lot of turnover in staff. We really try to support folks. We have a high ratio of staff to members, and I think that's another area a lot of places they fail. And having that self-directed one, we really allow folks to come with their trained staff who really know them, and then we back that up. We give everybody a break. So we have it's a nice environment. This is beautiful here. Well, that it lends itself to things just working out. We call it the snack 3-week rule. Somebody comes in swinging, and in 3 weeks, they've got the routine down. They're happy. They want to come here.
So do all of your folks come with a staff member?
They can. They're welcome, which most places won't allow. They want you to have their own staff, which can be tricky, because not everybody follows the rules, but we do a lot of training of people staff as well. The big thing with self-direction that I find is in New York anyway, staff members can be paid, between $30,000 and $35 an hour, which most direct staff is, minimum wage. And that makes a huge difference. Paying people that the right wage makes a huge difference in the caliber and quality of what happens. So we have our own staff that do all the classes, the music, the cooking, the administrative staff, and then we have floaters when people sick, things happen. And we make a lot of matches for families, because it's hard for families to find staff, truthfully.
family will call you.
So a family will call you and say, hey, we want to come to your program. We also are looking for our own personal staff, personal care attendant.
Well, how it started, you know, I've had a lot of these kids since they're 8 years old. So we've grown together. So we've cultivated a lot of staff. We've made a lot of matches. Taking time to do that takes time. You can't just put people with people. It doesn't always work out that way. Even with the members being together, you know, there's kids gravitate to each other. So we will do that for folks, but that's, if they have somebody, we will certainly welcome them. Most places won't do for obvious reasons. They're not, it's a different culture, but it works. They're very happy when the staff comes to our place to get a break. You know, a lot of times walking around all the time with somebody who's quite challenging, trying to come up with activities for the day is really not easy. So we've created a really great community.
All right, who'd like to go next? Their special sauce. What differentiates you?
So at Bittersweet Farms, we do a lot of different things. The farmstead model lends itself to more outdoor activity-based tasks. So we work with the most severe individuals on the autism spectrum. So when we talk complex needs, we are 1% medical, 99% behavioral, just to clarify. We employ what we call the MAPS philosophy. So that's meaning and motivation, aerobic activity, planning and preparation, and structured supports. We utilize that for every single one of our individuals that come. They have a specialist that works with their group that sets up visual schedules for the day, the exact tasks they're going to do. They ensure that the tasks that they're going to complete are things that are motivating to those individuals so that they want to be there. We have built-in time for them to walk, to do the different sensory activities that we have in different areas. So we focus on hypersensitive or hyposensitive, depending on your sensory system needs. So we have a composting station where if you need to push in the pool of heavy weight, you can get that there. If you need support with different textures, you can go to our barn and you can work with our goats and our sheep and our cats and our ducks and get the opportunity to do some of that. You need a vibration class to go work for groundskeeping and your lawn mowing, your weed whacking and edging and getting those tasks in those ways. So we're focusing on their sensory needs, their behavioral needs, while also working on vocational skills that are motivating to them. The other thing that we employ is a partnership model that I think is really at the foundation of what makes Bittersweet Farms the beautiful, magical place that it is. So we tell all of our DSPs when they come to us, you don't work for me, you work for the participants and the residents who are here. You need to have that in your head. I am overseeing it, but I work for them as well. And when you are working with them, you are working with them. This is not an authoritative model. When you are mowing the grass and you are working with them on that, you are also mowing next to them. You are supporting them with composting. This is not a you watching from behind. This is a you participating so they feel that equality and that they are part of the mission that drives Bittersweet Farms. So when you say special sauce, I think there's obviously a lot more that goes into it, but the components that make it greater, that MAPS philosophy and our partnership model.
So Misericordia just has so much to offer. So of our 600 residents, over 600 residents, our median age today is 42 years old. So from a complexity standpoint, our residents are aging. They're both medically complex as well as behaviorally complex. About 200 of our 600 do have behavioral and psychiatric needs. We do have a behavioral department with BCBAs who support approximately 40% of the 200 that require support. They work closely and actively with them. From the standpoint of just, we talk a little bit about programs, we do have a composting program as well, but just a huge variety. As you tour today, you'll see we have a full fitness facility, swimming pool, and we provide that care at every level and those programs. So at Macaulay, which is our skilled residence, we have an on-site, because we do have infants and toddlers there, some who are severe, traumatic brain injury, shaken baby syndrome. It's not the majority of our residents there, but we do have an on-site Chicago Public School that occurs at the facility. Many of our residents do go out. We have a therapy department within the skilled facility as well as across campus where we have their pool. So really just giving them the same exposure to the luxuries of life that we enjoy every day. I think, again, just partnering with our peers and programs and making sure that their life is just very, very fruitful.
So I'm going to take a little different approach because I would duplicate a lot of the good, wonderful things that have been said. I'm going to tell you a story. We had a gentleman who has since passed away, who lived with us, who had the most severe self-injurious behavior that I had ever witnessed, and evidence all over his body, and great excruciating difficulty with self-regulation, so harm to self and others. And he loved to have an egg for breakfast. So he would get up in the morning and go with his direct care worker beside him to the barn, and he would pick out an egg from our chickens, and I'll call him Joe would hold that egg and walk back to his home because he had a sense of purpose. And I think that was the most beautiful example of how important dignified purpose and engagement can be in helping a person who has great difficulty regulating their body. That's my story.
I would say maybe the secret sauce at Pathfinder is surely the culture. It's a very rural setting, so we rely on each other. That goes from the top down and including our workforce. And I would say that the specialty that we are able to offer most recently, some of you've spoken to it, is really aging care. We specialize in aging dementia care. Just for a little bit more perspective of the village composition, about 80 to 85% of the people that live at Pathfinder Village have Down syndrome. 40% are already over the age of 40, which for someone with Down syndrome is closer to probably 55, 60 physiologically. So that changes the type of care and the services and support that they need and their loved ones and families need. And just about a quarter of the people that live at the village already have a diagnosis of dementia. And we see that number is going to be increasing quite dramatically as we have a large group of people in their 30s and 40s. So I think one of the things that the village has done very well is adopted this model of aging and progression, which is different than the thought of aging in place where somebody's going to live in the same space for their entire life, because that's not necessarily the best for anyone. So we've got a lot of great supports for transitional care, and because of the community setting, we're able to really rely on each other, working independently with different departments. We have different step-down homes for people that are going through different transitions, and then we have a dedicated aging home. And with that comes higher ratios of staff, but also higher ratios of trained staff. So we provide a credential program for staff who want to work with people who are aging or facing cognitive decline, because that work is very hard. It's different care. We're very burnout there, so we know that we need to keep that for continuity of care. So we specialize in a lot of services and support for that.
On your aging hall, is that still the same license? You have to get an assisted living or care license in the state of New York?
No, we didn't have to get the ICF. So just and really it's just more about the modifications to the homes. Obviously, very adaptive, dementia friendly. We created a therapeutic outdoor space for tracking some outcomes. So as much as it's more medical, we are tracking some of the behavior occurrences that happen in dementia, and working on to see if some of the time outdoors is going to help reduce agitation and frustration, maybe reduce the need for psychotropic medications that so many of our folks go on, maybe unnecessarily. So that's a really great component as well.
So someone touched on it already. Anything specific maybe you want to share about concerns about the regulatory or economic environment, how it may impact your organization?
Well, I can talk a little bit about New York. As Scott was alluding to before, the settings rule has kind of wormed its way into the programming that I'm running. Just having classes, what's called a community class, for folks who are having a swimming program, or it's an art class or a music class. in order for the families to seek reimbursement through the Medicaid waiver, we're being questioned as to how many disabled people are in the class, that it's supposed to be open to the public. So as many of you understand, we just described so many of the people that we serve. You know, my son will not do well in a yoga class at a New York sports club. He would probably be arrested. So it's, you know, it's not a lack of common sense. So we're fighting it, but that's a problem when these rules and regulations are put out there and left to people's devices, because then the state will say, oh, well, that's what CMS said, and CMS says, oh, we didn't say that, and you're stuck in this hamster wheel. So we've formed some other, you know, organizations in the state where we're fighting. We've got coalitions of families that use self-correction to fight against all this stuff. We're trying to meet with the state, but it's complicated. So that's happened to us. And with Medicaid right now, what we're seeing a lot of is people having to recertify for Medicaid. Now, nothing's even happened yet, and they're already starting in New York, where people are having to get certified twice a year already. People's Medicaid's being dropped, and it's especially happening to kids who are 18. So something's going on. So we're on top of it, but we're seeing that already.
So we have a couple different things happening. The settings rule has been really detrimental for us as an organization. We were part of scrutiny several years ago, and because we're a farmstead model, we got the heightened scrutiny significantly. We are currently a standstill for being able to build additional residential housing because of the settings rule and the way the fee requirement from ICF is listed. And the way our property is, our ICF was placed in the middle of the property before that rule was in place, so now we can't build anything additional because of where it's located. So we are huge proponents of rescinding the settings rule. Please submit your testimony, it would be great. We want to support more people. The other thing that's happening in the state of Ohio right now is the government and DOPD, Department of Developmental Disabilities, is working on a legislation and regulation that would make it so that we cannot sell goods that are based on provider-owned property. And so we're a farmstead, we community supported agriculture, and we now have to shut down the community supported agriculture program, and we will no longer have that ability to do that from our farm. So we're going to be running off-site, which is another expense. I know, right? So it's all about community integration and wanting them in the community with that work. Going back to the settings rule and then being with typical and atypical alike, or divergent, not divergent alike. So we are also working through that right now. We've been pushing it stopped. It was supposed to be implemented in July. We were pushing about that stop. However, we're now looking for a January start date, so we're currently pushing on that as well. So when you talk regulatory and economic, we're definitely feeling that as an organization. Appreciative of everything that Together for Choices on advocating for us.
So I think one of the particular concerns we have is related to the health and safety. We have individuals who have what is a restriction for their own safety. Perhaps they elope, and were they to exit the home alone, there would be a great risk in the settings rule, or at least the interpretation of it, will allow for a door chime. Or a lock or pantry for an individual who cannot self-regulate the amount of food they eat and is diabetic. So, you know, just the lack of common sense of sometimes a restriction helps people actually have a fuller life, not a restricted life.
You want to share?
I would echo the same thing about not really being able to extend the existing waiver housing footprint that we have at the village because of the settings rule, but we are absolutely seeing the realities of the aging population. When our admissions department is coming in, a huge portion of the people that are wanting and needing housing are aging. They've lived with mom and dad, maybe siblings and other types of settings, and now require more support. We could probably build an entire village just for people that are older, which
All right. How are you managing, someone referenced it as well, the DSP crisis. What do you already talked a little bit about it. Someone else want to share what they're doing?
So,
your programs.
I will say we are probably just pretty in a better place than we were last year. I think everyone was reeling post-COVID, whether it was in acute care hospitals or even long-term care within our organization here. It's a heavy partnership with human resources and a constant focus on recruitment. I think sometimes we have wonderful people here, but sometimes the quality of individuals that we're seeing is, they're just not going to make it. Maybe they're not truly as invested as we need them to be. Getting back to, I think we want to retain our individuals and our employees, but also there has to be baseline expectations for employment. It's okay for me to ask you to come to work on time. I am paying. There are only so many, clothing. I think really just building a structure of also leadership and leadership training that allows us to, and we put a huge focus. I've only been at Bishop for about 2.5 years, which is really small in comparison to some of my peers who've been here their whole career. A lot of focus on leadership training, culture change, how do we connect with our employees, and how do we live in their world? They have to live in ours, right? But I think it's a different way of thinking. And but I still think there's a place for baseline expectations. So how do we meet in the middle on that to keep our employees engaged, help them feel supported? Because a lot of times our focus is our residents, and it should be, but they are also should be our focus as well. We need to treat them well.
I would say as far as staffing goes, we are the most stable that we've been since right before COVID. A lot of that's thanks to the state of Ohio and some major increases in DSP wages that they were putting forward for us. However, with the new budget, those are going stagnant, and some of the workforce development funds that we received for 2 years are now going away. So we received right around $1 million for every 2 years to support our workforce, and we were told this year that that's going away. So where we put those increases in by state rule and regulation, they're now saying now you need to figure out how you're going to cover that because we're going to no longer give you that money. But we are in a pretty good place currently with staffing. We do a great deal with like 30 day, 90-day, 6 month, 1 year check-ins. Do a lot with culture, supporting. We have a culture club that does a lot of different things for our support staff to make sure that they know how thankful we are for that. We have a curriculum training, we have a very intensive free training module and model that we utilize. Our biggest issue is turnover, with the fact that everybody needs consistency. Individuals with autism need consistency 10 times more because of the need for structure. So that tends to be where we have our biggest issue, is ensuring that consistency is there.
I just want to share about how you're managing the DSP shortage.
Yeah, I would say we're also at a good spot. Mid-COVID was a severe crisis, as it was probably for most of you. I think we found that women that we're serving often have severe challenges with aggression. Having our staff have the ability to identify when they're feeling burnt out and giving options for people to perhaps work in a different home or have a break. I think you need to feel seen. Wage is a part of it, of course, but you need to feel from your employer that you're valued and seen, and if you're struggling, there's going to be a response.
I think just also we've had growth opportunities for people. So who are our shining stars? How do we support them in terms of growing in the organization or taking the different roles? Again, similarly, 30, 60, 90-day check-ins, ensuring that we have, a more formalized orientation platform so that people feel like they're brought into the organization with all But I think it's always good to also remain forward thinking. You know, there's such value in, I think, consistency, especially depending on our residents' needs, but at the same time, how do we optimize our workforce and create versatility and flexibility? So I think there's a place for that, you know, whether it's more maybe in pods, we're already doing that, but, you know, I think depending on the level of care that the resident needs, behavioral, I think, is a little bit more specific, and you really have to know from a medical standpoint, you know, if a lot of our residents, well, all of our residents at Macaulay, which is our skilled facility, they are total care. And there's a little more versatility there, but they still have the personalities, and we know them. So there's got to be a sort of a middle ground for really bolstering how flexible we can be as well.
Show waitlist for your programs right now.
We're not allowed to call it a wait list. I have an interested family list.
Interested family. Jack, John.
Well, I think that's another reason why the way we operate is different. I can just add more staff, and I don't have to go through the packets that the state gives me. I can just do what I want, and if the family wants to come on Tuesday, that's what we'll do. When we do have a waiting list, is for our swim program, because it's important to us to have the whole lane worthy. So, I have 8 instructors for 8 kids, that's it, every 40 minutes for lots of hours. So that's the only thing we have a wait. We'll just add more staff.
Okay, considering that 4 of you have a wait list or an interested family list, what kind of plans are you making for expansion, if any?
Well, I can speak for Visit Purdue. You will see if you tour. We are going to be in the process of opening Rosemary Park, which is right behind us on Film Avenue. Built 16 brand new homes. It'll be a combination of 8 or 6 people in our homes. There'll be some non-ambulatory. Most of them will be ambulatory, and they will be supported either by DSPs who will support our residents with MedPass or nursing MedPass. So that, you know, other decks always looking to grow more. We've expanded our silos significantly.
Opening 2 new homes this summer.
Congratulations.
And yeah, we'll create with some movement around campus the opportunity for 16 new people. What I really want to do whenever we can hire more staff than our campus model requires is develop the ability to support folks living in other residential settings that we don't own and operate.
Pathfinder is also opening, looking at their self-directed apartment that will be coming up, and then we have a fantastic, we call it Farmstead. It's a very similar agricultural base, but our pre-vocational program will be moving over there and will allow a lot more space for services and to take some more people. I would say in terms of the work that we're doing with aging and dementia, we cannot take any more people to live there and give them the care right there at the village. We're doing a lot of consultative services and going out and doing outreach. A lot can be done. We've learned through COVID virtually, and it's ideal to be in person, but we're really pushing out to provide our agencies and the families and meeting them where they are.
You had touched on the concept of transitional care, and I think, especially since our median age is 42, we are going to be facing in the next 10 years significant issues and diagnoses of Alzheimer's and dementia. We're seeing it already. So part of our goal too is, in terms of thinking ahead, is how do we bolster that? We have a GRACE project which focuses on our aging population and supports our DSPs and our teams to learn more about what aging looks like in our population. Also the process of death and dying, we do our own hospice on site. We are not certified in hospice, but we are able to provide care. My goal with our nurse practitioner team, some of my thoughts are to make sure to get them certified in palliative care, because that's a very, very emotional, ethically based process. It can be very challenging, especially for our staff as they're facing some of those, paths for individuals and how do we better support them. But also really thinking about, so we have our waitlist is applicant list is over 600. So we have to continue to kind of think ahead about movement on our campus. And even though our ICFs, our SILs are, optimized, our skill facility, we're 125 beds, and over the past 2 years, we've had a lot of residents who've passed. So that kind of backfilling them, you'd think there would be large volume, but depending on some of the requirements of the state, the complexity of the needs, they're very specific. So we don't do vents, we don't do peritoneal dialysis, but we do have residents with tracheostomies. We have 95% of our residents, almost 98% are G-tubes, zero feeding. And then it's a little bit trickier in terms of they're just based on complex needs and documentation around that. So as our residents on main campus, we're starting to see greater incidences of aspiration and the need for G-tubes. We need to sort of create a transitional process by which we can move residents into our skilled facility and then open up beds on campus where residents can then, who are waiting, can move in. But it also challenges us to potentially think differently about how we use our skilled facility. Because just because I have a G-tube, my status personality might be very different, or I might still be ambulatory. And so how do we look at our skilled facility in a different way, potentially redevelop or reimagine one of our units and how we support individuals there, so we can kind of keep that movement.
We've rented 2 apartments right now that we're using for this transitional phase, and folks moving in and practicing and separating and learning, and we're hoping to buy the building. So we need more private funding. I mean, I think that's something we all really rely on, and I'm not sure that most foundations understand the great need for housing for our folks. I think a lot of people think that the government takes care of it. And I think that's something that we all have to do a better job at is educating. In New York, going back to the settings rule, we're trying to get the Catholic Church to help us. And they've been so discouraged because of the settings rule. Everything they go to do, they say, oh, you have too many people, you can't do this, you can't do that. So there's an education that really has to happen for all of us if we're going to grow.
Megan, did you mention how you're growing? If you're trying to get a place?
Our growth is unfortunately not residential right now. We have properties on either side of it. If they don't happen to pass away or sell their houses, we might be willing to buy them. We might be just kind of holding that hope that they're going to be willing to work with us. However, we are starting to work on expanding the community through like drop-in support care, remote supports. We do a great deal now with social recreation in the community through Northwest Ohio, so we get out into the community and provide those services in the community. So individuals from the ages of 12 to 100 can come out and get those supports, and we can provide some training for parents and for families while we're working with their son, daughter, or child. So our growth really is in those areas right now. We're working on expanding our transition school. We just hired another intervention specialist or special education teacher, depending on what you guys call it in your states. And we're going to be expanding that because that's a huge need with our school districts. So we do a great deal of pivoting, but unfortunately the settings rule residentially, we're kind of sitting in standstill.
Okay. All right, last question before we open it up to questions, and if we have time, we can come back and do a few more. Do you think, this would be interesting for Ms. Cordia to answer, do you think your program is something that can be replicated? And what kind of advice do you have for others who may want to do what you're doing?
I'll go first before Mr. Cordia does. We are definitely a program that can be replicated. We actually have a staff member that oversees this for us. We get multiple phone calls every week. We have different people that are interested in replicating that come out. We tour the farm. They meet with our administrative staff. They meet with our program staff. They spend several days often getting to know our program and what we do. And then we also offer to kind of come out and kickstart, offer support, and oversee it as well. So yes, 100% replicable. You can go to our website and find information about it, or grab my card when you see me and you can reach out to me for that.
Pathfinder or...
Well, I can tell you, I've been doing this for 20 years, and because my son's autistic, you know, the autism community, like all of us, they find you. And I've coached lots of people on how to just start a program. You know, rent a space, doesn't have to be huge, and, you know, I started on 2 hours on a Friday night, and from that has grown what this has grown to, so, yeah, definitely these things, and it's gonna really be the onus on families and other groups to do this, because really no one else is going to, especially when it's a complex needs situation.
A lot of new programs with very specific admission requirements.
Yeah, I would say we are really grateful to have visitors from all over the world that come and visit Pathfinder Village. We've had some fantastic guests to try to learn some of the strategies and some of the way that we've created the village the way that we have. I think, you know, some unfortunate reality of just the cost. It's just unaffordable. Material costs are astronomical at this point, so I think that is a little bit difficult, but I think there's still pieces that you can take away for sure.
I would say, yes, we love working with groups that are interested in creating something in their community. The climate is different now than we developed, and being aware of the implications of HCBS and what that means for your model and your design matters significantly. But I think most of the good models out there happen because they study themselves. I bittersweet. I was there, and that informed what Benjamin's Hope became.
You know, I think hopefully some of my peers who've been here for 30 years have written down everything that Sister Rosemary did. I mean, how do you need a visionary, right? And she certainly was that, because the magnitude of what they created here at Misericordia is just unbelievable. My background is acute care, and when I came to interview here, I lived on the northwest side of Chicago my whole life. I knew Misericordia, but I actually had not visited. I envisioned it as a building. This campus is absolutely amazing. I think, you know, it'd be great if we could find another site as massive as this and just replicate it, because the need is so great. You know, I think from a growth standpoint, the one thing I was going to add to is I think, you know, as big as Misericordia is, you know, one thing that as we scale, we have to grow in terms of our technology. So technology and looking at the work of our employees, the work of what we're trying to accomplish, and how do we work smarter, not harder. And so, you know, I'll just give an example, rolling out a staff scheduling system that is web-based, you know, we can't do those types of things on paper anymore, they're just too big, the amount of employees that we're managing. We're just looking at how we use medical technology to make the work of our staff easier and the care of our residents just better. So just really kind of thinking outside the box, staying current with what's out there, and just keeping in touch.
All right, thank you. We're going to open it up to questions. Any questions? Fine. No questions off limits, and please answer. You guys all just talked about growth and new homes that you were taking a look at. So, purely from a residential perspective, after you build out your expansion or take care of your growth, do you still have a waiting/trailing list?
I'm sorry, would you mind just coming to the front of the room? We're not going to be able to get you in our recording if you don't come and ask the question. And there's a list. I need you to stand. Thank you for being brave.
No problem. So you guys all just talked about your expansion and you're growing your mostly residential facilities is what I'm concerned about. But after you do that, will you still have a waiting/trailing list? The answer was yes. Next person that would like to come up to the X. You can't just raise your hand. Jackie wants.
I was just going to say, it's not too soon for folks to start looking at residential. You know, I think most people wait until the kids are older, and really like 14, 12, it's not too soon to make a relationship with places, or because it takes time. So I just wanted to add that.
this question is more for Madeline. In a place like Liz, with the variety of settings that you have, how do you adapt the setting, get around, or support the individuals with such a different, set of needs? Just to get such a wide range, how do you adapt the setting rules for different settings? Meaning, still a home versus,
I think
other residents.
I think a lot of focus is really focusing on what the requirements are of those settings and then living up to them. I hope I'm answering that correctly. I'm not the most versed. You want to answer that?
I think what's really important for everyone to understand is that our campus is licensed differently than our SILAs. So our SILAs have to follow the settings rule. So what would have been great, actually, when we built those 16 homes, was if we could actually license those as SILA homes. Because one of the things that, and going back to one of the questions you had asked, like, how do you replicate it? I think what's really hard is that the ICF model isn't funded in a way that really can be sustainable. We're able to do it because we can raise private dollar. If you can't raise a private dollar, it would be absolutely impossible. And most facilities today are actually no longer providing services in ICFs in the state of Illinois. I'm sure that's the same across most of your states. How many of your states have ICFs? Okay. That's still
Not new ones.
Jack made a good point. Not new ones and far fewer. Like in Georgia, I think we have 2 times.
So just to circle back, so we do have a community day services program on campus where our SILA residents, our residents that fall under the waiver, participate. Unfortunately, what the world has really done for us is that it's caused us to have to segregate our people. So our individuals that live in our ICFs work in one building, and our people that are in our community day program, community day services that live in our SILA are in another program. So unfortunately, it doesn't make sense. We still have them together outside of work, so it doesn't really matter.
Good question.
I'm on the spot.
Thank you.
And you guys know, so Mark Olson, LTO Ventures, I live in Texas. Texas actively discriminates against people with higher support needs. We don't use the term high function, low function. And programming and wages for the support people. We're increasingly seeing projects going 100% private pay. They're just not even dealing with Medicaid anymore. Could you do what you do if Medicaid completely failed you? Could you go private pay and make it work?
We've had this conversation, haven't we, Mark? So in our study, because staff ratios are often 1-to-1 or 1-to-2, an annual residential placement can run as much as $150,000 a year. And so our board has certainly explored the feasibility of having, revenue sources that are different than Medicaid, but I have not yet found a way to replace Medicaid unless I have $80-some million endowment. And if anyone wants to help with that, please come talk to me.
So just I'm going to layer one more aspect into this. So we have 13 state supported living centers in Texas, and the state loves to fund institutions in the state of Texas. We have a whole bunch of ICFs, which interestingly, increasingly are being used for individuals with lower support needs. Not higher support needs and higher medical needs where I think that money should go. But New in Breckenridge Village on the island, the individuals there, you would look at and just go, those are low support institutions.
So I would just say that the desire to support lower support needs means that it costs less money. So the state needs to keep more money. I would just add to what Krista said. We have been actively exploring more ways to obtain revenue that is not federally funded since I got into the executive director role because of the current conversations about Medicaid. It's made us much more aware of the amount of dependence that we have on those federal dollars. At this point, based on what we have in our endowment, savings, things like that, we would not be able to sustain very long without those Medicaid fundings being 84% funded. We are having very frank conversations with some of our larger donors and our corporate sponsors about the fact that we could be looking at significant cuts in the next several years and needing additional support. So we've already opened up those lines of communication, but they are also seeing cuts in different areas. So it just has changed the climate all the way around. So I guess long story short, no, we will not be able to survive without Medicaid funding currently.
Is, certified or licensed housing development 12 years. So I knew long ago that my son and the kids at Snap weren't going to have those opportunities. So we went to this self-directed model. So what we've been really focusing on in the last 5 years is maximizing whatever we can get. So my son's budget, I think, was $178,000. You can't use it. They figure out ways that you can't use it all, but you can't use it for staff. So I think as families, we have to realize that the housing piece, we're going to have to develop that. We're going to have to bring, it's unfortunate. I don't think anybody's dropping 32 acres on any of us anytime soon. So it's something we're going to have to figure out. But I think the support, if we can get the support covered through whatever way, and then have some sort of a relationship or a partnership with a licensed facility using self-directed funds, that's the way we're all going to get through this. That's really right. And obviously raising money. And I think a lot of parents think it's all going to be paid for, and it's just not.
So in the state of Georgia, if you have a Medicaid self-directed, I think that's classified. So, all right, one more question? No more question. You sure? No. All right. Well, I want to thank the panel. Thank you all for having us. Thank you for your support. Really?
It's a privilege for me to share this stage today with this group of panelists. In a world of needing to make so many choices about time spent on working really in the business rather than working on the business, the not-for-profit world often finds themselves simply focused on trying to keep the business running. So today's panel will share with you an overview of our 15 years of collaborative work that's resulted in significant impacts for all of our organizations. But not just our organizations, it's also impacted who we serve and also our staff that help us carry out our mission every day. This collaborative work is a true example of how partnerships have allowed each of us to place an emphasis on working on the business while breaking down the silos that exist across many providers. And let's face it, it can be quite a competitive field when it comes to grant work, right? So one of the great things talking to some of you today and last night, I've heard you talk about how excited you are to be able to collaborate with everybody in the room. And I hope today's panel will help you really understand the power of that work and what can happen as a result of that collaboration. So I'd like to start out by having our panelists do a quick introduction. So will each of you share with us who you are, your role, a bit about your foundational organization, and how you support the field of intellectual and developmental disabilities. Corey, you want to start?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. I'm Corey Goff. I am the CEO of Search. Search provides comprehensive supports to adults with intellectual disabilities. We serve about 350 people every year and families. We provide residential supports through group home models, as well as community services, employment supports, and clinical supports. In addition to direct supports, we also have a community education and advocacy division at Search, where we go out and work with community businesses to make the community more inclusive for the people that we support. So while we believe that providing direct supports to adults with disabilities is obviously critical and important work, it's also important that the community that receives them understands the value of inclusivity as well. So that's a little bit about Search.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Emily Wenzel, Vice President of Program Services at Clearbrook. We work in Arlington Heights, so we're Search. We serve about 8,000 individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, children and adults from birth to end of life. We have a child and family connections program that works with the early interventions and 0 to 3 diagnoses and then connecting those families and children with the supports that they need clinically. And then we have a home-based program. We have the largest home-based program in Illinois. We serve about 1,700 individuals in 15 different counties, so we cover northern half of Illinois. Those are for those that are still living with their parents, guardians, family members, and their own home. We also have our community services and our residential. We have 58 Scylla homes across Illinois, along with then 4 ICFs. Ranging from 16 to our largest, which is 85 home to 85 individuals. So throughout kind of all of that, we really help support the individuals and their families and finding the most meaningful, day, and encouraging law enforcement staff and staff to stop learning, is what I have to say. So a little bit up there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Boland-Butts, and I'm the Executive Director of the Interline Foundation. We are a charitable grant-making foundation that is based in Georgia, but gives across the country. Our sole focus is giving to organizations that either provide support to persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities or are working in the sector of IDD. And I think that laser focus allows us to do some interesting collaboration work. I also have a background in I ran an organization in Metro Atlanta that provided residential day employment services. And so I like to say that we can have quicker conversations with people because nobody has to explain to me the challenges that you all deal with every day. So I'm delighted to be here.
Hey y'all, good afternoon, good morning. My name is Nathan Stevens. I'm a Senior Program Officer at the Coleman Foundation. First and foremost, happy Juneteenth to everyone, happy Pride Month as well. The Coleman Foundation was founded by one-time owners of the Fannie Mae Candy Company, Dorothy and Stetson Coleman. We have 3 programs. I lead 2 of them, entrepreneurship and intellectual and developmental disabilities. We also have a 3rd area for health and health equity. We also have a brand new executive director who will be starting on July 7th, which we're very excited about. My role over at Coleman, really as a senior program officer, is to learn from all of the leaders in the IDD field across the state of Illinois. This includes Kimberly Mercer-Schluter from the Illinois Council of Developmental Disabilities, my co-panelists here, Kathy Carmody, Greg Peterson, Josh Meyer, just everyone. It's my job to listen, to then go and advocate to Coleman's board of directors on why we should be funding these groups under our current strategy of investing in system-wide solutions for those with IDD and their caregivers and their family members to make the state of Illinois a better place. Hopefully, once those grants are approved, it is then also our job to get out of the way and let the work commence as it should. So excited for the conversation today.
All right, thank you, everyone. So just to give a little bit of history. So in 1995, the Coleman Foundation actually granted and supported the first funds to begin our program. So that was back in the day when there weren't a lot of opportunities for people that had developmental disabilities. And Sister Rosemary really had a vision. She wanted something more. And so the Coleman Foundation was really instrumental in helping us start that program. It started with a ceramic program. I think they made ceramic baskets. But what I have to say today, that program is probably one of the most sought-out programs of our residents that live at Misericordia. When we admit somebody, they're immediately asking, can I be a part of the art program? So that program has actually grown to the point that once a year, our artists are able to display their artwork down at the Art Institute. And it's a fundraiser, which is really wonderful. So their friends and families are able to place bids on their artwork, and that event actually raises $1.25 million. So again, that was Pullman back in the day saying, let's help Misericordia try to figure this out. We created this program, and the program just grew and grew and grew. So that's one example of the many projects or ideas that Pullman has funded, not just for Misericordia, but for many providers serving individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities from 1985 and on. So in 2008, the Pullman Foundation actually had this brilliant idea. They were providing funds to many individual organizations, and they said, hold on, wait a second. You guys are all working on the same thing. This is really an opportunity for us to, provide potential funds for organizations that are more collaborative. So let's break down the silos, let's work on these problems and come up with solutions together. And so back in 2008, they pulled together, I believe it was 8 original providers. We were down at White Sox Park, and we spent many meetings talking about the challenges that our organizations were facing. So you would be surprised, many of those are the same challenges that we're facing today: the aging population, complex needs of the people that we serve, staffing issues. So those were all, challenges that we were all working on, but we were all working on them individually within our own organizations. So you can see this wonderful timeline here. I'm going to go back to this slide. So what happened from that work was what is on the slide here. It was the creation of the Intersect for Ability Network. So the timeline shows you a little bit how this has grown. So in 2009, we became a formal network. We have a leadership council at the time. But again, I believe started with about 10 organizations. We had a lot of people interested. They heard, wow, these organizations are all getting together, they're doing some great work, and all of a sudden we had many people wanting to be a part of it. But as a network, we also felt like it was really important to ensure that all of the providers that were a part of it were working together collaboratively. And so we were a bit selective. We had a process actually where people had to apply to become a part of it, and we continue to do that today because we want to make sure that we have organizations that are really committed to doing the work, right? Not just benefiting from the potential funds, but actually doing the work. So you can see some of the outcomes of this. In 2017, we actually said, hey, all these people want to be a part of Intersect for Ability, but how are we going to do that? And so what we did is we created our community of practices. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit. We celebrated our 10-year anniversary and our 15-year anniversary, which is really exciting. And I think one of the things that we found, especially during the pandemic, is our organizations, as all of you know, nobody knew how to navigate that time. But we immediately got on the phone, we worked together to come up with solutions, and it wasn't one person trying to figure it out. It was all of us working together, coming up with creative ways to manage the situation. So today, Intersect has grown. It's grown significantly. So we do have 15 participating organizations. However, in addition to that, we have our community of practices that involve actually over 50 organizations across the state of Illinois. And these are some of the different practices, community of practices that exist. And these have developed over time. We've found through conversations through our leadership council, maybe there was a challenge that one organization was facing, and all of a sudden you found out everybody else was facing it. And so suddenly, our employment COP emerged. And so, Emily, I'm going to ask you a question here. You've been a part of many of the community of practices over the years. Can you give us a little bit of a background on what a community of practice is and the benefits that it brings to the field of IED?
Yeah, I was part of the development of the Community Day Services, COP, which is our short version of Communities of Practice. And really that was developed as a result of day service providers now having to navigate kind of this community-based way or all the community-based settings moving away from a 14C or workshop piecework to now out in the community and everybody needs a job. And so this community of practice was created in order for providers to come together to share what was working well, what were the challenges, how do we even begin to navigate this new expectation for providers across Illinois at the time. And so really from that, it then kind of branched off into now there's an employment community of practice, so that's a little bit more focused. There's a chair for each community of practice and a co-chair, and the secretary takes some notes for us so we all forget what we talk about. And then the expectation is that co-chair then becomes the chair the following year. So a couple of benefits. It gives people who are participating an opportunity to have a little bit of a leadership role. I use it as a little bit of a mentoring opportunity for some of my staff as well. And then it also just helps that sustainability of a community practice to have that continued rotation. It really is, it's also an opportunity for agencies or providers that may not be a part of Intersect. As we saw earlier, there was a list of agencies that are currently part of Intersect for Ability. For the community of practice, you don't have to be part of Intersect. And there are smaller providers out there that are still trying to navigate a lot of different areas, or they're in a very rural area, and this gives them an opportunity for members of their organization to participate in a collaboration that has no fee, in order to be able to do that. To again, ask questions, learn, share their successes. Part of these community practices is to share what is going well and how can we learn from each other instead of recreating the wheel.
Yeah, I think what was really great about when the community practices started to emerge, it was actually an opportunity for our organizations to be able to give these opportunities to our staff. We were having these great experiences, these great partnerships were emerging, and we felt like it was so important that other disciplines and positions in our organizations also had that opportunity. Okay, so Corey, I have a question for you. So can you share with us the focus areas of Intersect for Ability's work? And then maybe how is that tied into one of our most recent grants?
Sure, happy to. So you'll see them on the screen. I have them noted on my phone because I can't quite see that far there. So I'm looking down, that's why I'm looking down. But really the focus areas of Intersect for Ability have been pretty consistent through its existence. But what I would also note is we do take the time in the Leadership Council once a year to look at our focus areas and say, are these really still relevant? And are these things that both our leadership organizations, but also our communities of practice are going to find valuable in Intersect for Ability focusing on. So first, meaningful employment and purposeful activities, very similar to what Emily just talked about around community-based services, employment opportunities for the folks that we support, and really just making sure that in the areas of employment and day activities that we're following best practices and making sure that we're bringing supports in when needed. Transitions is a little bit of a catch-all in the sense that we want to be able to focus on things that are maybe up and coming or things that are being discussed nationally that may be coming to Illinois. We talked a lot about the settings rule, as I'm sure many of you did, as it came into Illinois. Illinois was a very late adopter. And so, many of us had very little time to sort of prepare and be ready for what that role was going to do for the oversight of our organizations. And so we continue to really focus on those transitional pieces that come to our organizations. Clinical services, things like assistive technology, supports for folks with autism. The aging population has obviously already been spoken about this morning, but something that all of our organizations, I'm sure nationwide, are struggling with. We have folks that came in 30, 40 years ago that are now in their 60s and 70s and really need different supports than they did when they entered the system as younger adults. And so clinical services, I think, is becoming a deeper and deeper discussion for Intersect. And then lastly, staff training and retention. I think that's an obvious one, and something we all struggle with. It's something that we want to make sure that while we're focused on programs and supports for people with disabilities, we are all acutely aware that none of that happens without the staff that work within our organization. And so how do we both ensure that we can remain staff with people, but also provide our staff the professional development that they deserve and need to continue to do the work that we do every day. And so I will dovetail off of that focus area and share the most recent grant project that we did for Intersect for Ability. Involved 16 organizations throughout the Intersect community, and we focused on workforce. It was something that the Coleman Foundation came to us in 2022 and said, we'd love to look at a collaborative grant, and we all met and said, we can't think about doing anything else because we don't have enough staff to think about doing anything else. And I know many people struggle with that. We want to be innovative, we want to be planning, and then we look around and see who's going to be able to do this work that we're talking about doing. And so we decided that would be the focus of the grant. It was a huge ask. We built a 2-year proposal for $1.2 million to benefit the 16 organizations that participated. We focused on recruitment, retention, and development of staff. Between the 16 organizations, we asked that all organizations commit 3 to 4 leadership staff for the 2-year duration. And so you can imagine that is a huge ask. And I will say that everyone around the table agreed. And we brought together 50 plus people. That doesn't count the folks that would do the work within their own organizations, but 50 plus people throughout the state of Illinois to work on how we could change the dynamic of our drug support workforce particularly, but also middle management, leadership staff. And so we actually just wrapped that project at the end of 2024. We had some lingering pieces into 2025. But within recruitment, retention, and staff development, we focused on things like bringing diversity, equity, and inclusion training into our workforce, into our workplaces to be a better employer for people in this sector. We looked at childcare assistance. Was childcare a barrier for people coming into drug support work, and how can we break down some of those barriers? We looked at all types of things, post-pandemic supports. It was 2022, so a lot of us are still kind of reeling, and our support staff were still kind of reeling from the grief and loss of what had happened during the pandemic at our organizations. And so we focused on bringing resources. And so overall, we had about 9 outcomes that came from the project, and 9 of those outcomes are now being individually implemented within the 16 organizations that participated. And so I will finish by saying we recently built a community of practice, the training community of practice, to help carry that work forward at the staff level. And so now our staff can come together, talk about the trainings that they're implementing that came through the Workforce Growth Project, and really look to continue the conversation for many years to come.
Thank you, Corey. That was a great summary of a lot of work that happened, so thank you. I think, again, one of the ways that we're able to sustain this work is by having these community practices. So it's not just a one and done. It's really important that we figure out ways to keep the project sustainable, right? We want to be able to keep doing it. And it's great to get the resources, but you got to figure out how to really get it embedded into your organization. So, Corey, I want to ask you another question. Sorry, do you need a break?
I apologize. You'll get to hear these lovely people to the right.
Okay, so in addition, these are some of the projects that have come out of the work we're in. So in addition to the Workforce Grant, PHI has been a resource that many organizations have benefited from. One of the challenges that we face is that once a project is completed, how do you sustain it? So can you tell us a little bit about PHI, what it is, and how partnering today with Interline is actually allowing us to sustain that work?
Sure. And Susan, we can talk on the other side of this, but so PHI is really a workforce support solution. I don't know if folks have heard of PHI. I don't see any colleagues, so that makes me a little nervous. So it is well known. PHI really focuses on building a supportive work culture. And so as you know, folks that come into particularly direct support positions have a lot of personal and professional barriers when it comes to being a consistent employee, a high-performing employee. And so PHI really looks at how we can support the culture of an organization to make direct support professionals and really middle management staff successful in the work that they do. And so coming out of the Workforce Growth Project, we had the opportunity through the Underline Foundation generously asking, how could we continue the work that the Workforce Growth Project really started over the last few years? And so PHI had actually got an initial grant about 15 years ago from the Coleman Foundation to have Intersect explore and implement the basics of PHI. And so several of us met and said, what if we recommitted to what PHI brought to all of our organizations? Through the 15 years since its inception with Intersect, there are still 7 or 8 organizations that are using PHI, Search included, Clearbrook included, Mr. Recording included. But as you can imagine, we have a lot of staff turnover, a lot of change in our organizations over 15 years. And so Susan and her team were generous enough to offer us an opportunity to retrain our trainers, build a curriculum that will continue to evolve in our organizations, and hopefully carry through the retention work that was brought to us through the project.
Thank you. So Susan, what was it about that particular project that was attractive to the Underline Foundation?
Well, it just so happened that our grant focus for 2025 was recruitment and retention of DSPs. So that was the first piece. But what I think collaboration, the sort of theme of collaboration, right? I wouldn't have known about what they were doing if it wasn't for the conversations that Nathan and I were having, and other foundations in the Chicago area. We came together to kind of envision what would happen if those of us that are giving in the IDD sector here in the Chicago area started having conversations among ourselves. Excuse me. Would we learn from each other? Could we identify opportunities for piggybacking, which is kind of what just happened here? And so we began a group of foundations. That group has now met 3 times, twice in person, once virtual. We're going to meet again in person next week. And it's an evolving group, but as a result of the conversation, in that group, we talk about grants that we made. Nathan talked about this great investment in Intersect. And so, and in fact, not only did Nathan tell us about it, he invited me to sit in on a report out from the Intersect folks. I guess this was all the way last summer, maybe. Yeah, and so I was able to learn firsthand, was able to hear what they were learning, what challenges they were having, and that put the spark in my head to think, oh wow, if this is our focus for 2025, maybe this would be a great opportunity for us to follow along on the transformational investment that Coleman made with an investment more the size that we're able to make. And so that's sort of how that came about, and it just so happened that what you all are doing fit perfectly, into our focus for this year.
Thank you, Susan. So Nathan, I have a question for you. So the Coleman Foundation was instrumental in the outcomes of many of the Intersect work happenings. Can you describe the catalyst for Coleman to encourage this type of collaboration?
Sure. My third day at the Coleman Foundation, 2022, I was working with our former CEO, Shelley Davis. She said, go ahead and have a conversation with Intersect Portability. I'm sure it's going to be a small request to help be a formal 501c3. And I took the meeting, and I walked back, and I said, they want $1.2 million to see the course. And we took a beat, and we figured out how to make it happen. I think it's continuously important to make sure that whether it's funders or grantee partners, service providers, that none of this work is happening, or any of these conversations are happening in a vacuum. When we hear that $1.2 million, which was most of our budget for that year, it just demonstrated the need that was actually out there, and how we were working inside of a 2-year learning journey to understand how we can add value to the IED space in our region. We saw a major opportunity to also understand how we could also inspire others to join Pullman. You know, we are the largest funder in the state that has a pointed IED program for adults. We've been working over the last few years to be able to inspire others to join us in this effort. When Susan and myself and a few others started working together, Susan and colleague Cheryl Yellen from Special Kids Foundation went out and surveyed a bunch of funders and discovered that the number one reason why they weren't giving in the IED space was because they didn't know that there was a need. There was this assumption that the state takes care of this group. And everyone who knows that can be further from the truth. There's not much room ever for innovation, for growth, paying livable, sustaining wages. So, you know, when we're talking about collaboration, it's not only just on the provider side, it's on the funder side as well, too. Which is why, you know, we're incredibly grateful for Susan to come into Pullman's orbit to help, you know, expand this work, build upon it. Emily, thank you. Just moments ago, I was able to receive a hard copy of a evaluation and final report of the Workforce Growth Project, which, you know, it's not meant to be here are the grant funds, the work happened, that's it. We want to understand how can this work be replicated outside of those 16 organizations, and how can we make sure to get the word out about this great work so that it lives on.
I just want to add one more thing on that I didn't mention, and I think makes the Pullman Foundation extra special is one of the things that we use the grant funds for that Nathan is referring to is we had our grant project academically evaluated. And so we paid the University of Minnesota to follow us along for 2 years and tell us if we were going in the right direction or what the outcomes were going to be. We spent time building surveys and hearing from the people who were impacted by the grant. Did we make a difference or not? And as you know, academics are not cheap, and so we paid for that. But I think the benefit is that we have now a study that we can share with the state and we can share with other funders, and Nathan can take to his contacts and really be able to share the impacts of the project. And I think a lot of funders say, what's the impact of my money going to be? And I think the Pullman Foundation said, you do what you think is best to make the biggest impact you can. And we felt like having an academic resource of the project at the end would allow us the opportunity to make maybe a statewide or maybe nationwide, if you're in Georgia now, you know, impact for the work that we did. So I just want to mention that.
Thank you. That was a very important piece because, again, the outcomes, it's documented, the results are there, so it's really great. So I'm going to ask this question to Nathan and Susan. What emerging trends or challenges do you foresee in the IED sector, and how can collaboration help address them?
Well, I see 3 things that I'll mention. The first is workforce, of course. That's why we're focusing on that. Even though I think we are beginning to see a little bit of turnaround, right? We're seeing our direct support workforce being talked about now in far more professional terms than we're seeing them being given opportunities, not just greater pay, but also opportunities to learn, to grow, to become certified. And I think that is a trend that we're going to continue to see as a challenge, because we know there aren't enough people out there to serve everybody who wants to have direct support in their lives. People with disabilities and seniors and all of that. There just aren't enough people out there to do that work. So I think we're going to have to continue to focus on that. I wanted to mention, so one of your questions was really about how can collaboration address some of these challenges. So there's an interesting initiative in Ohio that we became aware of in Georgia. In Ohio, a group of providers came together to establish an employee resource network. And And so that is essentially case management support for VSPs who are having some kind of personal crisis. And we all know that happens, right? People that are living on the margins because they're not paid enough have crises. And those crises keep them from being at work, keep them from maintaining their job. And so this is a really interesting collaborative that I would encourage you all to look at. It's in the Cleveland area. And some of us in Georgia appropriated that model, and we've started a similar initiative in Georgia that's actually being funded by our State Department of DD, and it's being offered statewide. It's called Georgia Uplift. So those are some examples, I think, of how collaboration is helping in those situations. The other one that I'll mention, and then we're short on time, that I will mention is I have a lot of anxiety about organizations that are small and medium-sized because they aren't operating at a scale that allows them to be sustainable. I can speak directly to this and with lots of experience because I ran one of those organizations that served, 100 plus people, a $5 million budget in Metro Atlanta. I'm concerned because we're seeing states utilize managed care as a way to support people with disabilities. I think smaller and medium-sized organizations are going to have, as they have in states where this has already occurred, are going to have a very difficult time having the capacity and sophistication to meet the requirements of managed care contracts. And so I bring that up because I feel super strongly about those size organizations. They're embedded in their communities, they are great, they're trusted, they have the capacity to raise dollars in their communities, and we're seeing them get gobbled up in states. I interviewed somebody in North Carolina recently whose organization was all of a sudden a lot bigger because the smaller organizations simply just had to sell out because they couldn't manage the requirements. There is one option for collaboration that I think can address that is this idea of shared administrative services. And there's a great example of that right here in Chicago called Keystone Alliance. A couple of organizations, I think, came together. I think originally talked about merging and then realized there is so much value in our name and what we are doing, the uniqueness of how we're doing it, but we don't all have to have a finance function, an HR function, an IT function. We can share those, and nobody else in the community needs to know that. And by the way, if we share them, we do them more efficiently, it costs us less money. And so I just offer those as examples of where organizations can I think address some of the challenges that are coming by collaborating.
Thank you. Yeah, shared resources that would be amazing.
I just want to underscore the importance of the government, outside of what's happening federally. It's been very important that we've been in close communication with our friends at the Illinois State government who are down in Springfield. Has been so far such a great resource. We've been willing to connect with philanthropy because she's understood pretty early on how Illinois operates. Clearly understands that our legislators will move mountains to get IDD into the budget, and then when it's time to cut the budget, IDD continuously gets deprioritized. Because there's not a lot of advocacy, or not as much advocacy that could be happening, because there are different mobilization efforts and opportunities that are missed, because a lot of our organizations, our partners, are too busy taking care of those that they serve. They don't have the capacity to expand more beyond that. The state, a couple months ago, I believe, released a survey around their own strategic planning, and as a part of the DVD department. And I reached out and said, "How can Coleman help?" They didn't get back to me, so I said, "Again, how can Coleman help?" We've got 50 Sound grantee partners that we work with who want their voices heard. And soon enough, they respond, and we'll get to have that conversation soon. But sometimes those that are elected to serve us forget nothing about us without us, so it's up to all of us to remind them of that.
Thank you, again. Okay, so we're gonna circle back to some of the projects that have come out of Intersect's work. So one of the outcomes from the Pullman Grant has been the development of the Current and the Grace Project, that today are tools that can be purchased that help provide supports for our staff that really promote better care of our participants. Emily, can you talk a little bit about the Current and the Grace Project and tell us about the sustainability of those resources?
Yeah, excuse me. So really, Grace Project was actually initially put together in 2009, kind of around the time Intersect was also born, so it was, again, a collaboration. The Grace Project is a curriculum for aging individuals, so teaching DSPs and management staff about individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities who also and dementia. How do we take a space and create it, make it safer? How do we work with our clinical services, our therapy services to put a bar here or change the shower to a walk-in roll-in shower so that there isn't even an inch of a lip of the shower. So really using curriculum and also therapy-based information to be able to create this training. So in 2009, that was initially created, and then applied to the Pullman Foundation to update the Grace Project. One of my favorite slides when we first started talking about the Grace Project is the initial 2009 curriculum is a binder, probably about way big like this and DVDs. We watch DVDs. Now, it is actually online on Infinitec, which is also as one of the vendors here. And it's different people who are researchers who talk about their experience and their research-based information on aging individuals. So 2020 we applied for the Grace Project, and right around this time, of course, was also when everything shut down. And the Community Day Services Community of Practice was in the process of developing Community Day Services curriculum. What we had started to realize is a lot of the curriculum out there was for children. If you go online, a lot of it is for school-based type curriculum. We were looking for something that was for adults. Wanted something that was age appropriate, that was we were able to implement easily. So that was our idea. Community Day Services, we were going to put a curriculum together, and then we all decided we were going to stay in our homes for the next 2 years. And so instead of creating a curriculum in a binder, we created it online. So the whole brand pivoted. We went from putting the Current. If you want to learn more, we also have a table over in the other corner. I encourage you to come visit us. And so we developed that. There were 15 agencies that were part of this 2-year grant that was supported by the Pullman Foundation. And so now we've been able to, that has come to fruition. The Current, I'm one of the administrators now, and we have 19 agencies that are members that have memberships. There are over 900 activities that are online. You can print out, it's through Knowledge Owl, which is a knowledge-based software. We collaborated with them and they were able to work with us. They made some changes to their software so that this would work. And so the 19 agencies have memberships and they're able to access all of these activities. The components of the activity include what you need, what supplies you need, how long will the activity be, what's the purpose of the activity. The authors that write these activities work in the IED that we all work with. And then there's also a community aspect. So while there may be an on-site portion of the activity, there's a community aspect as well. So it really was, again, trying to help all of us who were navigating through this. I get out, go to the community, be out there, go do this. How do we do that? We know that not everybody can be out for 8 hours a day. I am not outside for 8 hours a day. And so how do we help this? We like to do things big, apparently, when we talk about our collaborations as many as possible. But, you know, we've created these two really amazing curriculum pieces, the Current and the Grace Project. Again, collaborations all over from Pullman, you know, through people who are writing and reviewing our activities and making sure they were working. So.
The other piece that I just want to mention is those activities are actually, they can be modified for a variety of needs, right? So it's not just, here's the activity, it can be modified for anyone, which is really great. So I think those are really two great examples of how we've been able to sustain the work. You know, our aging project aged, and now it's now not as old as it was. So it's great to continue to work with this group of individuals to constantly refresh, renew, and I think again the most important piece is being able to ask the questions. You know, when we were faced with COVID, we had no idea how we were going to manage it all. I'm not sure if we'd still be standing today, to be honest with you. So again, really, really great opportunities through this collaboration. So Corey, in your opinion, what ways has the collaborative work broken down the silos that often occur across providers?
Yeah, I think, particularly the communities of practice have given our staff, really from case management staff, drug support staff, management staff, an opportunity to network. And I think when you think about those jobs, there is no networking time built in. There is no opportunity for them to travel and meet their peers. And so the communities of practice have built a forum for people across the state of Illinois, which is a big state, to communicate and ask questions and establish best practices. And I think that has been extremely beneficial. I think at Search, we have seen folks take leadership roles in the communities of practice, build their management skills through practicing those skills in the communities of practice. And so, I think overall Search, I can only speak for Search, but I think our organization, which employs 250 people, has benefited from now growing to a network of tens of thousands of staff throughout the state of Illinois and giving those opportunities to our staff to impact each other. And so, yeah, I can't talk more enough. I think the power of collaboration is something that is critical, and I think our field used to be extremely turfy, extremely like, this is my neighborhood, not your neighborhood. And we're all running businesses, right? We have to run a business so we can be here, but at the end of the day, we have established within interoperability that there's enough to go around, there's enough need, there's too much need, and so we can each establish what we can do best and learn from each other, and I think that's been the benefit.
Great, thank you. Okay, one last question for anyone on the panel. What advice would you give to our audience to initiate these types of partnerships?
I would encourage you all, because there are foundation groups out there all over the place, right? That are collaborating to address a particular issue. I would encourage you all to invite, to the extent you have foundations that are supporting you, invite those grant officers to come, introduce those grant officers to each other, right? To encourage them to understand how they're in tandem, right, supporting your organization. But we're out there looking for connections, but you all may know of people that foundation reps who need to know each other and who may not. And so use your relationships to encourage that collaboration among foundations.
Also, add on to that, in addition to the grant officers, those foundation board members should be in those rooms too. They're the ones who get to say yes or no on grants. I also want to highlight, philanthropy is not meant to be sustainable. It's meant to get organizations to sustainability, to prove a proof of concept, and to go beyond that. So, Kathy Harvey's Institute on Public Policy for People with Disabilities, they have an annual convening every year. A couple of years ago, there was a great presentation on, running your nonprofit as a small business and how important it is to identify opportunities to diversify your revenue streams. Intersectorability has been a great proof of concept in that by providing membership-based programming. Ms. Concordia has their bakery and other revenue streams. TG's Playhouse as well. CTF Illinois also has a distribution center. There's plenty of opportunities for leaders, executive directors, CEOs, VPs, what have you. You don't have the MBA knowledge, which is fine. There are hundreds and hundreds of entrepreneurship training programs and state-funded programs, city-funded programs that will help you identify an opportunity to help you grow your organization as well. And a lot of those are free too.
Thank you. Did you want to answer?
I was just going to share, I know Susan briefly mentioned Keystone Alliance and Search Equity. I didn't know that was going to be mentioned today, but Search was a founding affiliate for Keystone Alliance, which is a shared administrative services organization. So all I would mention on that it doesn't have to mean that you lose your identity. It can mean that you actually can grow your identity and grow your impact. And we at Search have had other organizations that are a part of Keystone Alliance where we share our payroll and we share our back office functions and we share administrative overhead, and yet no one even knows about it. It's still Search, it's still the other organizations, and we have seen incredible collaborations, both business and programmatic, through something like that. So just encourage you, or if you're struggling on the administrative side, there are lots of options that don't include merger or acquisition that can help build collaboration and sustainability.
Sure, thank you. Okay, we're going to take any questions that the audience might have. Did I scare people? It's okay. If you don't want to come to the next and you still have a question, you will take it. Any questions? Okay. Oh, sorry, we do have.
We don't mind that.
Since no one else will, take a turn. More of a comment, but do you think you would have come together without your funder sort of instigating us? I funders to play in nonprofit collaboration, and when that happens, it almost immediately reduces your competition because what you're competing for are dollars, right? So that's it.
That was a really good question. I think, I don't know, to be honest with you, if we actually would have come together. I would like to think that we would have, but that opportunity to come together and talk about the challenges that we're facing is what Search and all of us have really great programs. I think, it is a competitive field, especially in the grant world. But I think this opportunity has really, it's caused us to have those conversations. You no longer have to figure it out on your own. I can't tell you the number of relationships that I have with so many of the members of Intersect that, we kind of grew up together. We've spent the last 15 years together. We've seen, babies be born and people get married and unfortunately, lots of spouses. But we're all there for each other, not just in the world, but also from a personal standpoint as well.
Just to add on to that, this initiative was helped in part by Legacy Stat at Coleman, and I don't think that it would have happened if philanthropy wasn't out there having conversations with its grantee partners and continuously being out in the field. To that end now, I've had, a couple conversations with Corey and have said, we're not going to be restrictive to you. We're not going to come and say, okay, it's a new year, what do you do now? We want to be as responsive as we can to the needs of not only the service providers, but more specifically those that they serve. So I can't understate the importance of keeping the dialogue going.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Oh, I think we have one more.
So this will be a little bit of left field. I'm very concerned about private equity coming in and snapping up a bunch of our nonprofits because of the pressures of Medicaid funding, fundraising, all sorts of things. Would you envision, hopefully you're talking about this type of collaboration as a defense against private equity coming in and taking over our nonprofits?
Who wants to answer that one? Thanks a lot, Mark.
So you're actually have thought a lot about it because we're all sitting here like, so a few things I would say, and please others jump in because I'm talking off the cuff, but I think, we've had some conversation that intersect around our role in advocacy and around our role in state representation. And in some ways, we have some really great groups already doing that in Illinois, and so we kind of decided that really best practice and programmatic collaboration is the value of something like this, that if we start to pivot towards being like a trade association or being an advocacy group, that we might lose the benefit, which is the lower level collaboration that happens within our organization. So I wouldn't say that it's a no, I just think that we've always sort of been focused on this programmatic sweet spot. It's not that we couldn't evolve into something that would be more, something we're talking about right now is we have a lot of assets, as we've talked about today, and so as an organization that we aren't our own organization, we're literally just a group of people who volunteer our time. We all have day jobs, right? We're all running or helping our organizations, but we are talking about, do we need to be something maybe a little more formal because of the assets that we own, like the current curriculum, the GRACE project, things like that. So I would say Illinois is very, very far behind, and so I think the state of Illinois is probably we're not there yet, but I think other states are. And I think something like intersectorability, where we serve a large number of people with disabilities. When we applied for the Workforce Growth Project, our estimate was 13,000 people with disabilities are served in the 16 organizations that participated in the Workforce Growth Project. I think we have some collective power there if we needed to use it, but we haven't so far.
Great response, Corey. Okay, so we're going to have to wrap it up there, and it is now lunchtime. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands which tour group they're going to be joining. Lindsay, are you in the room? Lindsay? So, I mentioned earlier, if you're willing to shift your tour, you need to find Lindsay in a green dress. She'll get that situated for you. Identify which tour group you're on. Some are going at 11:15, some are going at 12:20. Lunch is ready for you here when you come back as well. So go ahead and enjoy your tours and enjoy your lunch. Sticker includes a 1, you're in the first group, you're at 1:15.
this conversation today. I'll just quickly kind of go over the structure we're going to use. I hope that has some real takeaways, just little things you can take back. I learned a lot just by doing our few Zooms ahead of time. So we have a few key questions that everyone's going to answer, then a couple more focused that just a few people are going to answer, and we're going to end with some rapid fire and hopefully leave room for questions from you all at the end. So we're going to start with just introductions on the panel, and let's skip myself and come back. Okay, so let's start, Kristen, with you at Marvin. So just super brief.
Good afternoon, my name is Carissa Bryant, and you can probably tell from my accent that I'm from Arkansas. So sorry, not sorry, I guess. I've been at Margot Workshop for a little over 5 years. We are a very small nonprofit provider of services for people with disabilities, and our focus is on employment. So we call ourselves a day program, and other people call us a day program, but everybody works. We don't really have classes like Sunday programs do. We do have a transition options program. We are a vendor with our state of rehab agency, and we work with high school juniors and seniors to get them ready for whatever comes for them after high school. And we also work with other adults in the community who are searching for employment.
Perfect, thanks. Sarah from Opportunity Village.
Hi, my name is Sarah Quinn, and I'm the Director of Program Services for Opportunity Village in Las Vegas. And we have a variety of programming to meet all support levels from rehabilitation, revocational services, employment services, youth transition. We have a residential community just turned 4 years old. Step in between. We've been around for over 70 years, and our active daily census is about 1,200 persons served across those programs.
Hello, I'm Mary Ogle. I'm the CEO of A New Leaf. We've been around since 1979. Like everybody, we do a multitude of things. Of course, we have our employment services that we do. We have a school-based program from really middle school all the way through high school. We're in the schools every day with we also have opportunity. We just built about 3 years ago a safe and affordable housing for 62 individuals, and we broke ground last week on another apartment building, a home, and I'm sure on this. Oh, and then we do have a transition academy, which is my favorite piece, and that's a 2-year residential program for students coming right out of high school, and they take classes at the local community college, and then at the end of the 2 years they graduate, they're not allowed to move back home, and they have to have a job, a full-time job.
Awesome. So I'm Courtney Dozier, the COO at Town Ranch. We are a farmstead community outside of Austin, Texas. And our primary focus is residential, but we do lots of other things like everybody else, right? So we have a day program, respite, we do camps all year long. Right now we're in the midst of summer camp, and specifically on our day program, we primarily focus on offering it to our own residents. So those 50 people plus about 15 from the community. Our vocational program is actually a separate program from our day program, but it runs in limbo. So same time frames and but separate staff.
And just quickly, I'm Carrie Bates, I'm the CEO of Garrett Jacksonville. I've been there about 3 years now, so people still ask me if Jim's still there. It's been about 3.5 years. We do a little bit of everything, like everyone here. We obviously have a village that we're well known for that's almost 10 years old, but we've been around 60 years. We have a lot of day programs, community homes, education programs. We partner with our university and local state colleges, specific programs. We have 4 different day programs that have different focuses. One is really a work program that also teaches work readiness. One is for people with or at high risk of dementia. One is more of a general program, and then the last is all community-based volunteerism.
So for us, we also don't use 14C, but we went through quite a scrutiny and all the financial constraints, of course, that are still continuing. So for us, focus on more both scheduled and unscheduled educational courses, volunteerism, vocational skills training, community-based and on-site. But for us, really, we doubled through COVID, like our residential program, and so we saw a lot of growth, and with that was the unknown, but then also the drastic change. So we're experiencing a lot of individuals that are new to the organization, but also we've been around 30 plus years, and so we have the individuals that have everything. They've gone through all the jobs, they've done all the things. So now we're looking to what's next. Like, what are these new ways that we can redevelop or reimagine what we do have on site to offer more opportunity? So one of those ways is that we're working on an internal credentialing system for our jobs with a specific focus on camp and retreat programs, and then maybe we can scale that to across the ranch. But allowing people to learn the positions and then be like skills verified. And then we have a retrain if they fail in a certain job duty. So something to fall back on that's very streamlined and accessible for everybody.
Okay, I'm going to build on that a little bit and probably go back to you, Courtney. So for everyone up here, do you operate businesses that employ individuals? So does your organization operate a business? And if so, does the revenue you generate from your costs, or are you relying on external funding? Just because you mentioned your career paths within the camp, I think it would be good to kind of go back to kind of the business that you all run.
Yeah, absolutely. So camp is one of our income streams. So we also use it as a job skills training program and paid employment opportunity for our residents. So we're supporting about 300 people each year through our camp program, and these are non-residents coming whether for a weekend or a week-long session in the summer. And so through that, we're providing service, but then to our resident side, we're providing a lot more job opportunities. So we're going through everything from typical camp activities. So we're allowing them to lead the programming that someone else with a disability is experiencing on the client side. So we've seen that as a huge, huge win for both sides. We call our residents ranchers, so for our ranchers, and then also for our campers. Seeing someone with a disability lead, like, provides hope for them, provides hope for the family. So very much important for us.
So that's a question, right?
Yes.
Okay. We run garden centers. I had left your big girl back there. What's his name? I don't know. He's sitting back there. He's one I gave it to our baker. He's on the small. Anyways, he always said he lost $1 million last year in the bakery, and so we have garden centers at a New Leaf, and we generate about $1 million in revenue, and then we spend about $1 million in expenses. So now that Miranda is in charge of it, it doesn't lose any money anymore. When I was in charge, we lost money. But Miranda's got it, it doesn't lose any money, but really, like what you were saying is, our social enterprise is really our focus on two things. One, employing people. So our garden centers employ 560 different clients. We call them clients at any given time. But second is raise all of our philanthropic dollars. That's 100 times. A picture of a client and a plant, and the money will flow in. If I show a picture of a client in front of their house, no one cares. But if I put a plant in it and say that it's from our garden center, the money just flows in. So that's what we do, and it works well for us. I mean,
Our community operates a variety of business lines. So we have custodial, food service, bakery, our boutique, retail, and amongst some others. And overall, Dennis generates some revenue. About 30% of our operating budget comes from those business lines. And business lines are dynamic. They're not all always up. There's some ebb and flow for all of them. But I think that having that diversity has helped us be sustainable in the long term, so that we can kind of weather storms in certain areas and we take a hit and take a beat to be creative and how it's going to evolve to those next steps.
So yeah, I think overall it's been a win for us, and then we also dual represent for use in our pre-vocational rehabilitation programs as well. And then those business sites operate, most of them mixed workforce, people with and without disabilities that support those business operations. For us, excuse me, all of our work is on site, and we have a large thrift store that's our main source of revenue. It's the same thing. Our clients work alongside people who are not disabled, and they work in different areas related to the thrift store. So we have some clients who receive donations from the community. We have other clients who maybe wipe them down, clean them, get them ready to price. And our staff price there, we have clients who put them in the store. So we have different jobs all around the thrift store, and then we have other things that we do in-house, like confidential document shredding, imprinting. We're just starting, they're actually working on it while I'm away, candle making. We're going to sell candles and wax melts. And our self-generated revenue is about 85% of our total revenue, and then government funding is about 15%. That would be the truth.
Okay, we're going to switch to talking a little bit about regulatory challenges, specifically 14. A few people mentioned, so just Mary still do 14C. The other three of us do not, and Mary has lectured us on how to jump ship far too soon. So we are prepared to implement it today, which we don't necessarily disagree with. But let's start. We'll start with you, Courtney. That way, then Mary can tell us why we're wrong. But what was your position on utilizing 14C? What was y'all's decision based on? And if there's another policy change you'd like to see outside of 14C that would help, you can share that.
Yeah, so for us, we all agree that we want more opportunity. So I think that for us, we don't oppose 14C, but as our board of directors, we decided to move away and pay everyone minimum wage. But the more opportunities we can have available to our population, the better. So we believe that there's multiple models in all things, including vocational services. So that's where we're standing. So we can talk more later. So for us, I think the biggest policy change that we want to see is a change in definition of competitive employment. So we've gone through the process of having the state out, determining whether Down Home Ranch is a place of competitive, integrated employment, and they decided we're not, which is fine. So we have worked different ways to ensure that people have opportunity, both on-site and off-site employment from our ranch.
Where can you see any other policy changes?
Well, we have also decided to keep 14C. We decided to take a new rule now, anticipated obedience. We're not doing it. So just because someone thinks, you should do it, anticipate obedience, so that way you won't get in trouble if it happens, right? We're not going to do that. We're just waiting until we get in trouble. We decided as a company, we decided we're going to keep it 14C, and we're actually going to fight for it. So, and the reason we decided to do that was probably Miranda, our new CEO, coming in after I retire. And it's because, exactly what you said, it's model. It's just another model. It was started for the right reason. Whether people are using it for the right reason or not is irrelevant to me. But it was started for the right reason, and it's really good for a lot of our folks are earning a lot of money. And then we also then have to move people forward with minimum wage. Our couple issues we have with 14C is one, there's a lot of data that says if you don't move model work, you get stuck. But there's not, tell me if I'm wrong, there's no data that says end 14C and then people aren't going to stay back at home doing that. Exactly. And that's what we see. So we're not doing it. They can go jumping on They can go jumping on lake. So we're not doing it. So we're actually with the senators in Oklahoma fighting it, or organically do that. The only other policy issue that we see is, our vocational rehabilitation services in Oklahoma is completely messed up. So all the funding it's like impossible to get funding and move people into higher work. So I personally think, in Oklahoma, our whole funding needs to flip because it doesn't make sense. There's not an agency in Oklahoma, and there's another one here, who would raise their hand and say vocational rehabilitation works in the state of Oklahoma. There's not one of our clients gets any funding from that. So that's us. And you were wrong. I warned you were wrong.
Anything either of that, is there anything on the policy change, anything you want to see from a policy change perspective? We've talked about 14 seasons.
Yeah, I like some of the same sentiments related to just some kind of key priorities within the industry itself. So that definition of competitive integrated employment is something that comes up often. We have some agencies telling us we want them in steady long-term employment, and you get them there and they say, well, you're not doing enough to get them out to the next thing. And it seems silly to try to work people out of their jobs. It's not something that we experience as typical employees. And so that's something that we struggle with, and it's a challenge that we continue to work through, is just trying to align definitions and philosophies and understandings. Because kind of see sometimes doing what we do, we're doing it wrong for somebody, and we just want to serve the person the best we can. And that's really, I think, what we're all trying to accomplish.
We didn't plan on asking this, but just roughly, if you know, how many people do you each support that are earning a paycheck? Not necessarily a wage, but just a paycheck.
148, I think.
148.
I want to say about half, so probably about 500-ish. Yeah.
All of our clients earn a paycheck, which is right at 30 clients. Transitions in one of their semesters each junior year and senior year, they earn a paycheck.
For us, it's probably about 70 to 80% of our, in the past, our residents were required to work. That was just part of their day. But we moved away from that, and so now about 75% choose to work.
Okay, we're going to switch gears a little bit and talk about training and job preparation. So this will go to you, Sarah and Cressa. What pre-employment training has been most effective for you? And then how do you support individuals once they are employed? Do you have any success models you share as far as on-the-job training?
I'll go first. One of the models we've had recent success with is, particularly in pre-vocational services, is more of we've been calling it an internship model. So we partnered with some local businesses who will be fronts the wages and then they're reimbursed by the employer. But it gives us kind of a half step into community employment for folks who are maybe more timid to engage in community employment experiences. So two examples. One is with our WNBA team, the ACEs, and we had an internship marketing and promotion department where we had folks go through essentially the same experience that they would for community employment, application, interview, training, and placement. And then they work alongside an opportunity village support professional to help at the games to distribute promotional materials, assist with fan experiences, and kind of extend some of the internal public relations, personal development work we were doing in the pre-vocational program. Another example is a partnership with a company called Finley's Dog Treats, and they came out and trained folks to be basically brand ambassadors. They understand the types of products, the different flavors of dog treats, and they are scheduled out to various dog stores across the community to give samples and engage with customers and share more about that brand. So it's been a nice way to kind of build confidence in our pre-vocational participants. That shift from a more traditional paid training in a singular setting has been a hard transition for a lot of folks to get more comfortable and confident engaging in work in the community. So it's been a nice bridge towards community employment or things that are more easy.
I think for us, it's been with those younger individuals with disabilities, and really through our vendor agreement with Arkansas Rehab Services, really getting some training on soft skills and interview skills and touring different types of industry, because I mean, even when I was in high school, I didn't know what was out there, and so these kids don't know the options that are out there for them. So just giving them a variety of experiences
And then also looking at what their interests are and what kind of job is not always going to be the exact job that you want it to be, but giving them some experiences so that they have a variety of things to pull from and make decisions on.
Anything y'all want to add on pre-vocational training? And Marielle have a transition program.
I mean, I think that one of our biggest success right now is our transition academy that we have because, you know, we, as I said, we are really putting people to work after that transition academy. And I've been with the company for 15 years, and our employment services move people into full-time competitive employment as we do with our transition academy. The problem, of course, is the transition academy is expensive. It's philanthropically funded, so that makes a big difference. But I personally feel that's where that's why we started the academy, to move the needle with employment services for people with disabilities, and I really think that's our best bet so far.
Okay, we're going to move into just some, we call it kind of lightning rounds. So every short everyone's answer, and then the rest of the time we can take questions or talk about whatever you want. So we'll just go back and forth. So we'll start, Chris. What's one unique new job opportunity for people with IDD that you've seen that you would want to share?
I don't know how unique any of them are. We're in rural Arkansas, but we have had some of our students graduate and go to. We've had students who worked at like a dog kennel, and so if they love animals, something along that line is always good. In our workshop, like I mentioned earlier, we're starting a candle week. I don't know if anybody else in Arkansas is doing it. But we also do imprinting, and a lot of disability providers have thrift stores, but ours is a little different than other ones that I've been to in that we manage it. We just manage it a little bit differently, and while it's a thrift store, we also do some special things like with special types of collectibles and antiques and stuff.
I would just add, the Art Jacksonville just started in January a Paul's program, which is our pet assistant worker, and there's been a huge interest in such a we've had someone already get a job. There's driven by the students in our program saying we want to work with animals and work with animals, and we're partnering with our state college to create the curriculum and really legitimize it. And the interest has been huge. We feel like there's a lot of job opportunities between dog and daycares and things like that. Right, Sarah.
We've recently been exploring some, as opposed to breadth of opportunities, some depth to some of our good bread and butter business lines. So for custodial, which I know is something a lot of providers touch, we recently started doing, instead of just business to business, work with a property management company to do some residential empty units before they're turned over, and then also some preliminary conversations related to car detailing. We have an intensive job program that does that as well. So just some different applications and some skills we already know we're good at.
Well, that's it. Well, I'm going back to the academy because like some of our guys are getting really good jobs, like in accounting and at car dealerships. I mean, they're really, Insomnia Cookies. I saw them Insomnia Cookies. Our guys are working there now and then trying to become managers, which I think is just awesome. That they're doing that. I think another, we do garden centers. So we have a lot of garden centers, we have a lot of pop-up stores, we have that all over. And one of the things we do now is at a pop-up store, just like what that means, at a pop-up garden center now, one of our clients will become a sales associate and they'll be in charge of that pop-up center, and they'll be the ones selling the plants. So that's kind of unique.
Yeah, one of our new offsite opportunities is we have a couple, I guess 3 actually, ranchers working at an alpaca hobby farm. And so it's a family business, and they had heard about the ranch and out to come see if it was an opportunity to pursue or not. So on site, so I mentioned camp, we also offer field trips, and so these are individuals, pre-K onwards, right? We really want to focus on transition students because that's our next movement into residential and camp and all of that. But once again, these are the ranchers leading those field trip stops. So they're leading the activity, leading the programming for the participants of the field trips. That's really awesome too.
All right, we'll go back in reverse, so I'll just stick with you. What is one skill that you think is most important for job readiness?
Willingness to show up. I talk about people choosing to have a job. We go through the actual process of having a job, right? The application, the interview, that there has to be a job that's actually needed. We don't make up jobs for people because they choose to have one. And that's the hardest part is getting people, after they're excited about getting a job, getting them to the actual job.
Are we talking neurotypical people?
All of it.
Okay. I think, you know, like you were saying, basic accessibility. I mean, just like they want to work, but then they get the job and they're, I don't know what the problem is, but you know, it's a challenge for them. I'm not a parent, so I say this, you could throw stuff at me, but I think parents are probably 99% of the problem. You know, you know, people don't work and they just don't like work. Like, you gotta work. You gotta work. So, to us, it's basic, you know, you want to go out, you want to go over to go with some friends and get your nails done, you have got to have a job for that. And so for us, it's really teaching that basic. I mean, we have people in the Transition Academy this year going on, what was it called? They raised money on our behalf without telling us. What's that called? Like a GoFundMe? Yeah, like GoFundMe. One of our Transition Academy students, he don't want to work, but he wants to start a GoFundMe. Raising money from me. So, I mean, come on, we gotta fix it. So I was really impressed with it. And I was amazed at a cookie store. But for us, it's basic expectations. You have to work, you have to pay your bills, you have to go to work, and you're gonna get fired. And so we fire our people, our clients who work for us who don't do a good job. In 2 seconds.
I'm going to call it grit. I think that for us, we do a lot of work to make employment predictable and to prepare people for what it's going to look like, and we forget that change is part of it, and that there's going to be bumps in the road, and there's going to be challenges that we have to face, and that's okay, that we can work through it, and we don't have to give it up and move on to something else. So teaching folks that kind of like stick-to-itness and that stamina to kind of get through the long term is really what's going to set them up best for long-term employment and success.
I would really disagree with everything that's been said. I think that a willingness to show up and work and do the job that's expected is probably the most important thing. I think that there is a gap with, and I keep going back to younger people, but sometimes an employer has to compete with video games or, you know, whatever. I've been sitting at home for the past 2 years playing video games all day, and now I have to go to work. And so, you know, we have to help them kind of overcome that mentality.
Also, that's been something that we talk a lot about with the village, because we have people that get jobs, but then we have fun stuff happening at the village, they quit their jobs, they have to list the fun stuff at the village. But we're constantly balancing, trying, you know, provide a meaningful day for a lot of people, but also not incentivizing people not to work. Okay, what's one thing other organizations could learn from your approach?
I'm not sure. I think just sticking with it, you know, and I think we all already know this, that you're going to have good years and bad years, you're going to have successes, and you're going to have times when you feel like, you know, you're failing, whether it's because of things that are happening with your clients or the job market in general. Last year, my assistant director was about ready to walk out the door because he's the one who does the hiring and firing, and it was rough. And in fact, at one point I said, I'll take it from you, let me hire people. And this year has been so much better, but you know, you have good times and bad times, and I think you just have to stay the course, remember why you're there, keep your clients or consumers, residents, whatever. I know we all call them different things, but it's the same group of people that we all love and we all want into this field because we love them. And I think just keeping that at the heart of everything that we do is the most important.
I'm going to call it confidence, but just through that philosophy, just to do the right thing and then figure it out. I think that I give a lot of credit to our leadership team. They really instilled these conversations where it's less about the buts and then can't because, and it's just like, what is the right thing to do? We'll figure out the details and kind of keep us focused in that direction. I think that's something that we could all benefit from doing a little bit more of. It's easy to get stuck in the kind of the doom and gloom of the systems that are struggling. So it's nice to kind of keep that blue sky.
Well, I think as far as common services, what people that are from Newleaf would be, I think our enclave system, we do employ a lot of people, 2 to 3 people in an enclave, and we work full time and in the community, and it goes very well. So I think that, and I think the other thing from Newleaf is we just don't listen to anybody. You know, we just, if everybody says it's blue, then we're gonna say it's green and go that way. And that has really paid off for us in a lot of things. So we try to break as many rules as possible.
I think one thing that our founder would have said is steal all good ideas. And that's why we're here, right? We want to learn from each other and be able to develop the best programming based on best practice and, you know, all the good things in the world. So I definitely say that. Also, when it comes to vocational services and businesses and enterprises that we're all doing, really have a good understanding on the front end whether you want that to be an actual business or you want it to be a program. And really differentiating if it's going to be profitable or if you're okay with it not being profitable.
Very good. Okay, last question from us. What is one piece of advice or insight that you would offer, kind of a final takeaway for really thinking about the future of employment workplaces? Courtney. Or you want me to go? Okay.
I mean, I think I said this, but I think we're doing something wrong. I'm sorry, but I do. I think that as a nation, we have such a high number of people with disabilities, and it's been, 45 years maybe that this particular industry has really come to fruition, but yet I think it's only 1% increase in the number of people being employed. So I think we as an industry are doing something wrong. And so that's my key takeaway. I think we need to flip the switch. We're not getting anywhere with really getting more people in the workforce with disabilities. In my opinion.
Do you have any thoughts on this, or is it?
No, I'm retired. Marina said that table right there, she's got all the answers.
All right,
This is one key takeaway for the future.
yeah, final thought.
Goodness, yeah, I really think that it's okay to fail, right? So I think that's built into our culture at Ranch that we want to try something new, and if it doesn't work, like on to the next. Don't be afraid to fail and move forward. Just put.
I'm going to say more of this. I think it's really rare. Our work demands a lot of us. Human services is dynamic and involved. And I don't know for everyone in this room, I know for myself, I don't get as many opportunities to kind of pick my head up and really look around and see what else everyone's doing and have these conversations. And so I think that it's super valuable to spend the time to see what others are doing and have these conversations about what is working, what isn't. Gosh, I struggle with that too, and have that opportunity to work towards solutions together and not feel like you're doing it by yourself.
I would agree with everything that's said, and then I would just also go back to my previous statement that I just think that we have to keep our clients at the heart of everything that we do, and kind of like somebody said, you make a decision and you just go with it, you figure it out later, you do what's right, you make a decision based on what's right for your people, and then you figure it out later, and I think that that's probably the best takeaway I can get.
Beautiful way to close this out. Okay, so we have about 15 minutes for,
About 5 minutes.
for questions, comments. They would what someone said. I'd love to hear.
Do I have to go to the apps?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a question about earning money. Do you think, I run against this with parents all the time, oh no, they can't get paid, because if they get paid, then they're gonna lose all their benefits. So I don't have an answer for that.
No, I mean, you just have to educate, in my opinion, you have to educate them on what they can earn and what they can't earn.
Well,
You
where
don't
do you find
educate
that?
them. I don't know.
So I will say that is very, we run into that, and we have a family support team, and we just hire a full-time person that does that counseling, because it is a false narrative, but it is very complicated.
And I think that's why people don't wanna work.
Right, but that's the problem, though, the parents say that, and I think that we have to educate the student on how much they can earn. You know, because I mean, it's just crazy, we still have students like in our transition academy, the parents get their social security income. I mean, you have to make that decision, you have to come at some time, so I think in that situation, the client, the person with the disability needs to understand how much they can raise, how much they can earn.
Well, for some of us, that's not, doesn't work. They don't, my son won't understand, I can't
Right.
have that conversation,
Right.
but I think just having that information somewhere, there's social security, there's this, there's that, this is what you can earn, this is what you can't have, because I just think there's a ton of misinformation, fear, and it's a big problem.
Yes.
Moving on to the next question.
Okay.
Hi, thank you guys for sharing everything. So, with the big emphasis of, let's say, in the last 10 years for community-based employment and the discontinuation of 14C in some states, we're starting to see now a lot more information showing that what I think a lot of us knew is that the promises aren't really being lived up to. They're not seeing increases in work, not seeing increases in earnings, you're seeing big increase in people staying at home or doing volunteer or other non-work type activities, multi-generational daycare. With that information becoming out more prevalent, and let's hope some success on the setting level, would you be willing to reconsider your approach to going back to a full spectrum of work services to be able to keep those opportunities available?
So I guess that's more for people who've gone away from 14C, is that?
I'm not trying to point fingers, but sure.
I'll say to some degree, I mean, yes, nothing's off the table for us. If it makes sense to the person, certainly want to honor that. I think the benefit for us when we did take, move from 14C was we really had an opportunity to look at folks who were interested in the work versus interested in the meaningful day and what did that look like, right? We had a lot of folks who were engaging in that activity just because it was what they were used to, and didn't actually cared about the money or the work, and had way more interest in more of the day-long teaching and community engagement activities. And so we could focus our pre-vocational efforts more on folks who really wanted and needed the work training. So, yes, I think that with any new information, our moving away from 14C was trying to get ahead of making our own choices and not have that given to us from a legislative perspective. And we want meaningful work, whatever that means to that person served.
And I would add, yes, also, we're not necessarily opposed to anything that would make sense that provided employment for a group of people who felt like we could do it well. I think to kind of echo some of what Mary commented on, I think for us it's also not necessarily just going back to it, because I don't know that it was what we were doing was necessarily to great employment outcomes either. So we're looking at what is a whole different thing, more small groups, student enclaves. We talk about maybe pop-up employment, like really doing it differently. So I guess I would go back, I guess, if it made sense for sure, if it was going to give people jobs. I think also thinking of just totally different things is kind of where we're at.
I guess I also would like to find that it is an acceptable and positive outcome. It doesn't necessarily have to lead to anything in and of itself. It can be a great outcome for individuals that choose to participate in it.
Yes. And I really think that's the scale, how many people can we get jobs for? If if we could employ a ton of people through 14C and felt like it was productive, absolutely.
So my question's for Sarah and Carissa, but Mary, can I just say that I hope I have your confidence in saying and defining and doing whatever it is you know is right without worrying about what any regulation says. I wish I have that. So kudos to you. It's a lesson for me to learn as an executive director. I really appreciate it. So my actual question though is, Sarah and Chrissy, you guys talked about working with local businesses and partnerships, and that's something that we are definitely in the process of exploring more as we're transitioning off of the farm. And I guess my question is, for the supported employment piece and getting people in those businesses, do you have like written contractual agreements with any of those employers? Do you have just verbal consent? Are you providing training for those employers for how to work with your individuals and your participants? What does that look like exactly?
All the above. I would say my best strategy is like, if you let me get a toe in the door, give me a year and I'll be all the way in the building. And that might just start with our rehabilitation program coming for a tour of an organization, kind of seeing what they do, and then we're like, oh, hey, they're really interested in this asset food business. We'd love to get our participants in there to volunteer or get some job training experience. And they realize, oh, wow, we're really good at this work. Maybe we could talk to you about a customized, maybe you want to hire a person served for community employment, or we can use the internship model to get in there. 9 times out of 10, we're kind of simultaneously educating those community employers not to be frightened by the population, to better understand and appreciate the value that they can bring. And that kind of does the work for us just by enforcing our presence to some degree. And then for all of those levels of access, we have a variety of agreements. Sometimes that's just no agreement, we're just stopping by, we say, hey, can you come visit? All the way to formal MOUs and multi-year service agreements. Kind of a whole spectrum.
We have the same thing. It just depends on what the situation is. So for like our high school transition students, we have an agreement that basically says that we're going to pay them. They're not an employee of the business. The business is not liable for any injury or anything like that. But then for those ones who are actually going to work and they're getting a competitive job at that place, and it's going to be something different. We may just, like she said, pop back in, or our supported employment person may spend, a few shifts in the beginning working alongside that person. It just depends on the situation and the individual. Thank you. But you cannot just add, you likely will have situations where it doesn't work out. And you may have some clients or some students, whatever you want to call them, who could potentially ruin that relationship, so you want to be careful in who you put in there, and just whoever the contact at your agency is for the different businesses, they need to keep a really good open line of communication and really be friends with the manager, the owner, whoever it is, so that when issues arise, the business person will be more willing to kind of work through it and give it another shot.
Anybody have a question? I do want to ask Larissa to talk about your work in protecting 14C in Arkansas and some of the work that you've done with Karen and other advocates.
So first I will say we could spend more time doing the things that we need to do if we didn't have to constantly be fighting with people who are against us. We absolutely believe in competitive integrated employment for people for whom that is appropriate. We support it, we make it happen, we love that, but that is not appropriate for everybody, and that's not the goal for everyone. And I like what the man in the back said, that, working, I think what you said was basically working in a 14C certificate is, or a work program is a good outcome for some people. If that's what you want your outcome to be, that's a great outcome for you. So in the state of Arkansas, Karen Hyatt, who is the executive director at another program, she and I got together and had a parent involved who actually was not a parent at either one of our programs, but she was from another program. And we got with some legislators and we passed a bill in 2023 in the state of Arkansas that as long as the federal government would allow for 14C, Arkansas would protect the rights of individuals to choose where they want to work, and whether that's a 14C or wherever that is. So we got that bill passed in 2023. I believe we were the first state to get such a bill passed. We have some great legislators in our areas right now who are very supportive. They've been to our programs. They bought pins from us that our clients imprint, so they know the importance and the value of our programs, and they were willing to stand up and fight for us in the legislature. In Arkansas, we did have some opposition. Those government councils and developmental disability councils, they testified against our bill, but in the end, the bill was passed and signed into law. We had a ceremony on Governor Sanders, and it was just a really great time. One of our parents at Marva, who was on our board of directors, was just a fierce advocate. She was actually a parent who testified for the bill. We had other parents who were willing to, but we didn't need a lot of testimony because we had a lot of support in this legislature. But that was like her final thing before, and right after that, she was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and passed away. But that passing that bill and helping get that bill passed was kind of her final thing. So that was just a really special year for us.
That was our first question. Where do you come from, and what do you do? Okay, tell us about your organization. So you want to start at this end of the table? You want to get started? Sure. Okay, go ahead. Your microphone.
So my name is Philippe Happy. Family funded and family designed housing for 20 people with disabilities. We're in Santa Cruz, California, which is about 60 miles south of San Francisco. Our place is about a mile and a half from downtown and 2 miles from the beach. And what's different from our project compared to a lot of them is that we did this when Heidi and I finally came to the realization that we were probably not going to live, and that our son would need a place after we were gone. And we knew that he's very social, so he would not do well in an apartment by himself. Either living in a family home setting or some other setting would not guarantee that. And we decided to get together with other families who have the same bought a parcel of land and designed and built houses for all of our kids.
Applause is appreciated.
My name is Casey Caparis. I'm president at David's House Ministries. We are just outside downtown Grand Rapids, Michigan. We're a residential community. We serve just over 70 individuals. We've been around for 38 years. I've been there for about 7. Kind of fell into it, having an older brother who lived in an AFC home for 30 plus years. So I thought the business world was getting boring, so running a nonprofit seemed really like a great idea. So we've got about 140 employees, and that's who we are.
So my name is Megan Thompson, the Executive Director of Bittersweet Farms. We are a farm-side community that was founded in 1983. Residentially, we have 3 ICF homes, 20 ICF beds. In total, we have 2 respite beds. We have 2 homes that provide waiver services. We have an additional home on our property that provides waiver services, but is not HUD. And altogether, we have 42 residents between our flagship in White House, Ohio, and then in Pemberville, Ohio, we have 3 residents. We do have 1 resident or 1 individual that lives off property at an apartment in White House, Ohio, that we provide drop-in services for. We are a licensed ICF, we are an unlicensed, and currently, the way it works for us is we are an in-home provider, we do no third-party provider services. So we provide everything from residential to day program 24/7 service. I think those are the big things.
I'm Kevin Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of Magnified Central Florida. We're located southeast of Orlando and St. Cloud, or our residential partners, that is. It's a 48-bed assisted living facility. We have a mix of waiver residents as well as private pay, and some individuals we're providing scholarship support to. We were the dream of Sister Elizabeth Marie Stoop, who was a sister of St. Joseph of St. Augustine. She was principal of a school for special needs students in Orlando and wanted to see a place where people could continue to grow. And Misericordia was, definitely part of that inspiration for her. So it's great to be here.
Morning, my name is Park Pepper. I'm the Executive Director of the Manure Center in Senatopia, Mississippi. 8,500 whopping people. No, we're located exactly right by all private pay. I guess we'll talk about that more in a moment. Probably one of the things that makes us unique, and everybody sees that we have no license. Mississippi just never knew quite what to do with us. It was founded in a partnership with the United Methodist Church in its earliest days, and as it progressed, the state just didn't really, it was never assigned a licensing category for Manure. And then in, I guess about 12 years ago, we approached the state because we did a living facility, and went and asked the state to work with us and license us so that we could begin to partner and do so without being rogue. So anyway, I'll try not to avoid the Mississippi jokes, but it is very backward. But glad to be here.
We're glad you're all here. And you can see what a wonderful group we have and what a cross-section that we have. And so there's a lot of questions. What keeps you awake at night? What keeps you awake at night? Let's get right to it, all right? So who wants to start?
I'll go first. Staffing keeps me awake at night. I think it's my biggest thing since we are 24/7, provide care for residentially through day program. Staffing is always the thing that keeps me awake at night. I make sure that all of my leadership are to work. I want to say two. Okay. So the other thing that keeps me awake at night right now is regulation and funding, which I think a lot of us are probably feeling in the room, I would imagine, and kind of waiting to see what happens with everything and where we're going to be 6 months from now financially, and how I'm going to continue to provide employment for 185 employees and 100 plus individuals that we serve if things go south.
I would say we have 2 private pay individuals, but so all of our funding comes from the Medicaid system. We just received in the last month a 5% cut from our local county funder to the tune of about. So for us, that's our biggest thing.
What's kept me awake at night has changed, and as we built out the project. So early on, it was all about planning and zoning and how to get permission to build, and then it turned into working with people necessary to get the place built. After that, I think it turned into just the dynamics of having 20-member families and sure that and stuck to our goals that we had all agreed to, but some people maybe didn't feel as strongly about as I had hoped they might. And I think I mentioned yesterday that I've got a month and 11 days left in a manager position. And so now it's about making that transition so that I'm no longer the go-to guy on everything, so that I can pass that on.
Yeah, for us, it's definitely, echoing those same sentiments. Staffing, funding. Florida, our funding for a very long period was stagnant rates. And so we've been blessed to have 2 series of rate increases over the past 3 years or so that were significant. And we're trying to, continue to build on that momentum, but, the fear of moving into a period again of stagnation where we can't retain, the people who care the most about those we serve. We don't hire just anyone, and we find that, the culture fit is extremely important. And so, making sure that we can give people opportunities to continue to advance in their careers, knowing at the same time that these are people who are doing it because they love the people we serve.
Your last, you could just repeat what other people said. Funding is certainly, it has to be an issue, doesn't it? We're private pay, 100%, oddly enough. Those folks that we know well, we actually 8 years ago started a separate organization, Birthday, a ACBS, a waiver program that's now serving 30 folks. Separate, but it's still part of our DNA, if you will. Just to think about the future, to try to be able to move, but be more nimble, move in one direction or the other. We glean those ideas from y'all in this room, from being here for a long time, and just kind of believe it can happen. People, of course, like you say, culture. I heard the last couple of days and a half I came with 2 colleagues. They're talking about leadership development. If we're honest, I was thinking about what keeps us up. Bob, you broke from the script early, and I'm a planner, so I'm a rules follower. So I'm sorry, Mary, I'm a rules follower. But what keeps me up at night, I sleep well because I work with wonderful people. But one of the things that keeps me up at night is I look down there at Philippe. I'm not a parent of a child. I was blessed to do this for a long time. But I work for people. I serve people who've got siblings or children, certain siblings and children, and at the end of the day, if you don't sleep, maybe then something's not right. Don't need the lecture, but anyway.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Absolutely. We are definitely going to break from the script, so just hang on to your hats. How many people have problems with sustainability? Anybody? All right, well, let's find out. Bart, tell me about sustainability. What's your strategy for the future?
So a couple things. So like right now, I mean, just as far as trying to be sustainable, like we're 47 years old. So we just, in 2017, we got all excited and embarked on a master plan. We were going to renovate the original homes, and we were going to start, and we were going to add stock. Back in 2017, our census was around 150, 155. It's 115 today. I said that a minute ago. We intentionally drove it down so that we could rebuild homes. We didn't realize we were going to be rebuilding homes in the most expensive building time in history. Our $750,000 home in 2017 is breaking ground next week, the same home for $1.9 million. And so how do you have to be a good steward of the money. We are blessed. I've heard several say this. We do have an endowment. We've put 15 plus already into the campaign and probably have 5 to 10 more to go, plus the operations. So how do you make that sustainable? And, we do a fair amount of fundraising. Our tuition we call ourselves a low-cost leader among, we live in Mississippi, another joke. Our cost of living is not Chicago cost of living, so we're a low-cost leader among tuition rates, but that's still, you've got to keep those up to be able, it only accounts for 55 to 60% of the cost. So we diversified with the waiver program. The waiver program runs in the black. We were just talking about our table a minute ago. Susan, I go say, forgive me, I just got to get the names right. Said yesterday, if you remember, that she was fearful for the small and medium $5 million budgets. Well, we're just above that. We're at an $8 million budget, but I mean, you've got the plan, and still we're at risk.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have to fundraise to make up the gap from our waiver services. We've also diversified our programs, so we've expanded, in a mission-based way into services throughout Orlando area, providing employment services, youth transition to work services, project search, career camps, job training experiences for youth, and then life skills programs, and starting to dip into behavioral health as well. So, all of those programs come with their own challenges, but ultimately it was, looking at ways that we could continue to, impact people who needed these services and diversify a little bit. But 20% of our operating budget is fundraising. So, it's essential to ensure that we're providing quality service.
So when we talk sustainability, we are 84% Medicaid funded currently, so 16% of what we have comes through donations, fundraising, grants, things such as that. We are in the process of strategic planning, and I am pushing my team to really start moving away from federal funding for current growth projects. So recognizing that the security, if I call it that we felt that we had in the past related to federal funding, and it feels as though in the past couple of years it's kind of been stripped away. So I've just started to really push my team that I know you want to continue to do HCBS drop-in, and you want to expand residential housing, and I want to do all of those things, but I think you have to look at that expansion in a way that does not require federal dollars to maintain it, so that we have a diversified portfolio when we are coming across hard times. So currently we are looking in our local communities for apartments and houses for rent that those landlords are willing to work with us and our population, and that we can provide a lower rent rate for guaranteed housing for those individuals that will be staffed full time. So just looking to be a good partner and good steward with local businesses. We are looking at ventures that take us away from programming that requires federal dollars as well. So how can we partner with local communities for group employment supports, where they are paying for the client payroll for our individuals, and we are providing the service to them, so that if we lose some of that funding, we're getting it in other ways. So while not directly residentially related, we all know that it all comes together. You have some things in red and some things in black that hopefully come to a balanced budget at the end of the year. We obviously would like to expand our residential. Like I said yesterday, we are hopeful that the people on either side of us, when they pass or choose to sell, they will give us the first opportunity to do that. But we've even talked about when we do that, we're not sure that we will do those under a licensed category, but rather look at an LLC so that we can step away from federal funding dollars as well. So we are just really pushing to move away from federal funding dollars where we can, so we have greater sustainability.
I think in terms of future growth, I have to be careful what I say, because I have two colleagues here, and sometimes I say things without telling them what I'm thinking.
That's why you're up here.
So I actually forgot to read the script too. So for future growth, based on the number of calls we receive on a weekly basis, our plan is to continue to grow. We have room on our community for a couple more homes. But it's hard, every time we add a home, we increase our operational deficit. Over the last 7 years, we've nearly doubled the number of folks that we've served, and we've actually managed to reduce our deficit at the same time. It's still about, well, 30 days ago it was about 1.2 million, now it's closer to $1.5 million budget. So, you know, we do intend to keep fighting for the Medicaid rates. We had 2 homes that we took over that were not under HDS waiver. We actually fought to get those under there to relieve some of that pressure off the families that were private paying. So for us, I believe these folks are entitled to those services, and we spend a lot of time advocating with other area providers in our state to try to get those rates to where they need to be. But we do need to look at a combination of probably adding some more private pay options in the future just to help balance some things out, but also continue to work with our donors and community supporters as well.
Being very different than everyone else up here in the sense that we only act as a landlord and don't provide services, and that we were able to build out our project with the money that all of our partner families put in. We're very fortunate that on the physical side of the houses, we don't have money issues. We actually run cash positive every year, and we will be able to get rid of our remaining debt in the form of a mortgage in 7 more years. What I see as our big sustainability risk is keeping the priorities and culture in place. And we always say that we need to filter all of our decisions through what's best for our kids and have them be the priority. But on the other hand, we've also had some people say things like, well, you know, when I sell my share, you're limiting my increase to cost of living, and I could make more than that in the stock market. And, you know, my response to that is, maybe you shouldn't be here. Put your money in the stock market and, you know, maybe your kid can go live on, you know, trading floor somewhere. You know, we just need to be the priority of our kids being first remains, and that there is a way to keep that going when we as parents, whom that's the top priority, are gone.
Excellent, thanks so much. Obviously, we've been listening for the last couple of days, so we're trying to get to some of the questions that people are having that, you know, nobody's answered yet. So we want to, I apologize for not going on the script. But I really want to know, you know, leadership is about vision, and without vision, the people perish. So what is the next big idea?
Well, we're at a point where we're looking at expansion. So we're, you know, just at that feasibility, you know, point where we're looking at what our capacity is, having those conversations. So hoping to add another 48 beds to the assisted living facility to double its size on our current campus, and another multi-purpose building that we could use for life skills programs for people, you know, not only that live at our Bishop Ray Hills campus, but also the greater community. You know, create before the pandemic, that was a much better price back then. So, you know, there are big points. But our rates now, you know, are more sustainable. So, you know, it's been a tough mix. But, you know, hoping that we can launch that campaign soon.
So, if I could take the study tool away, I would say that our big vision would be to build additional residential properties on the farmstead model that we have, with a focus on aging for that model. We have some accessibility-friendly buildings residentially. However, when we started building in 1983 and in the early 90s, the requirements that are in place now are not there. So we're currently working on that. So I would love to say that we would be expanding on-site, building accessible, friendly housing so that we could age our individuals right there and be able to transition them to homes CNA staff and things such as that, because we have a very small nursing program due to the lack of medical complexity on our campus. With the current regulations in place, I would say that our goal is to buy a couple properties off-site that are very close in White House, Ohio, that will be easy to staff, that is close to our flagship. We've recognized over the last several years that doing things far away from our flagship does not yield great results. We get less of a pulse point on it, less control, the culture is different, and we can't ensure that things are functioning the way we want them to. So I think vision-wise, we would love to see expansion of our residential. We have more than 200 people on our waiting list for residential services, and that number grows every single day, no exaggeration. And we know that the number of individuals that need that is growing every year. So I really like it not the science rule. So
I think we're working on what our next big thing is. I have a board meeting next month, and I haven't actually told them my thoughts yet, but I'm meeting with the contractor on Monday. Giving us permission often, but to start planning out how do we finish out the rest of our property. We know we have room for 2 more homes, but we also need a much larger community space now that we've grown. And really to look at what else could we be doing in addition to, we probably have, I don't know, $3 million of upgrades and remodeling and so that we should be doing as well to update the guys who live in our first home that was built 38 years ago. Keep seeing our new homes being built and come in my office demanding to know what the date is for their homes. So, and I keep asking them to fundraise for me, but so far we haven't done that yet. But again, it's really to get these last homes finished so that then we can also start looking at, okay, where's our next, where do we go from here?
In our case, we're fully built out. We have nowhere to build anymore and to increase our size at all. So my would go next would be to kind of remember that the split between the housing and the farm is an artificial one that we created solely for the purpose of HCBS and preventing heightened scrutiny, and to use our brain power and resources to provide more support to the farm side and more things for our kids to be able to do there. And I think that once we have the barn that we're hoping to break ground on within the next few months in place, it will provide an opportunity to start doing that.
We've got to grow again, probably is our bottom line, next big thing. We actually, we have 3 houses, 3 new homes that are about to open. I mean, literally they're supposed to be moving furniture into those homes today, and we're supposed to break ground on another new home next week. We have plans for a 10-bed annex to our assisted living, which would cater, if you will, more to persons that experience memory care issues. I think it's interesting because it's like, what's the next big thing? I wrote prediction prophecy because I'm sitting here listening to Megan talk about, oh, we'd like to do a little more, focus with your board, your leadership, a little more on private pay. And here we are. I'm telling you, we're focused a little more on, we've started the waiver program, and it's just funny because we really don't know where that lands. And we can't afford to miss. I mean, we don't have enough, we're not well resourced enough, and we're pretty blessed with resources, and still we're not well resourced enough to weather a certain storm. So trying to figure that out, and also trying to figure out who you're serving. I've told folks this week, I say it at home, We have our average resident age right now, and I probably shouldn't share it because if there's any prospects out there, you're going to be scared by this, but it's around 50 years old. Now we have 20-something folks on the waiting list, and they're all like 20 to 35 years of age. It'll drop it 10 plus years in an instant if we can just get the homes open. But what do they want? And our 50 plus year olds who've been at the door for 30 years, their parents want, teach my child how to be independent, how to cook, how to keep their home, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of our young parents now, our young residents, they want a cruise ship. They want 24/7, some of y'all may be too young for Love Boat, but they want a Julie McCoy, what's going on next? And it never stops. I mean, and we laugh about it. Again, that may not be your experience, but my folks are back there doing this because we're trying to figure out. Like I'm the director of residential services, the director of vocational services, and we got folks that don't want to work because they want to go play video games or sing karaoke. And the only way you're going to stop that is to not offer those things at that time. And is that really the kind of self-directed life? It's those kinds of good questions. And I think the other thing from an answer of Bob is. You still got to be you. I come here and hear all y'all and see this amazing place and you get all excited. And you should. We take back these wonderful ideas that we hear all these people talk about, but you still got to figure out who you are at the end of the day, and you better be the best version of that rather than trying to be like somebody else. But
thanks, Clark. Now we'll get to the real. That's beautiful, and we've got some breaking news too, so it's wonderful. Actually, it's interesting because Megan brought up something that I think is important, and let's kind of explore that. How are you handling aging in place? I think that's a real issue. How many people have that problem? There you go.
Yeah, the assisted living model does support that more rapidly than the state authorizations for the services that they need to remain in place. And so it's a tightrope that is difficult to make sure that we're anticipating those needs, building in the supports in advance of them, fighting through the state bureaucracy to make sure that they're getting the support they need, and in the meantime just taking on that additional cost to make sure that people are able to continue to thrive and be in the home that they love. So, when we're looking at the design for phase 2, potential memory care elements so that we could adapt it to the individual's needs so that they can remain in place but still be supported. Behavioral challenges are also something that changes with age. And so, we've had a really difficult time finding quality behavioral supports from third-party providers. A lot of them have really kind of been glorified companions from my experience, not really working with our team and helping them to, change the environment to make it successful. So we've, started to provide those services ourselves and bring people in. We're blessed to have, team members who are excited about this and, they're advancing their careers and we're giving them that support. Hopefully once they're fully credentialed, we'll still be able to, afford them. But it's building in all those different supports as we grow and learning from the experiences where we haven't been able to accomplish what we wanted to in the time that was needed.
I think this is one of the things we discuss quite regularly. Josh and I, my director of residential services, we often ask each other if we're running a nursing home and don't know it, because we have a number of right, it doesn't fall in our license to do nursing here. And I asked our state licensing consultant for the definition of that, and she simply told me it's whatever we're not comfortable doing. It's really helpful to figure out what that line is. So we've become a lot more comfortable doing things that we weren't doing a lot of that. But, we are trying to help families know when is a time that we can't continue that care, but we do stretch ourselves. We've got a part-time nurse on staff, not necessarily do nursing services, but to help guide us on what is and isn't appropriate. And to work with hospitals when we do have a patient or a resident in the hospital. But we're constantly, I've been meeting with some of the larger senior care providers in the area too, to find out where are ways that we could collaborate and try to work together in the future as well, which is another conversation I have to update our board on too. So, but that's kind of where we're at. It's a tough thing. These folks this has been their home for, in some cases, 38 years, and we want to do our best to allow them to stay till the end of life.
What we did is we were fortunate that my wife Heidi was doing gerontology since leaving school. So she had a lot of things in mind about what was important. And so through all of our designs, doors are already 36 inches wide. Over half of our bedrooms are downstairs, so that if people are unable to climb stairs, we can just move people around and have space where people who need that extra accessibility can have it. And we're currently using SLS for everyone, but as part of our design, we also made sure that with either no or very minimal changes, that our houses would qualify for licensed care use if we need to go there. And so we tried hard to be sure that the housing piece that we have control over would work, and we're hoping that we'll be able to put in the support when the time comes.
Well, ironically, in about 2010, that's not the exact date, but we had a lady who was in her right around 60 with Down syndrome, who was experiencing advanced dementia, and she also happened to have cancer. And her family came to us and said, we want her to die in your care. She has lived here for 35 years, and you are her home and her family now. And we had a fight. I kid you not, like a shouting, screaming, chase each other across the parking lot kind of argument about this. So our team, we're not ready for, and I'm not, there's some that aren't. We weren't. For example, I'm not sure, we weren't, but we weren't ready for this, or we can't handle this, we don't want to see this. Well, by all means, and that's my argument, by all means, and let's worry about us. Let's just make sure she goes someplace with strangers and spends her last year of her, after 35 years with us somewhere else. And then we had an obligation to try to figure that out. It doesn't mean we can necessarily, but you got to try to do what you can to figure that out. And oddly enough, we were able to care for her. She did pass in our care since that time. We went to the state. We did go seek a license. And you all that I know well, why'd you go do that? But we couldn't operate a road assisted living, so we didn't need to go to the state and get it. It turned out to be a fruitful partnership. It was with the state, Mississippi State Department of Health. It has nothing whatsoever to do with disabilities. It's like the assisted living my mom lives in. Same kind of thing. Since that time, we've been able to support people, a number of people. We now involve hospice. Oddly enough, I mentioned moments ago the 10-person annex that we hope to soon build. It's actually being funded by the family of that person. So, you gotta figure that out. We all have folks, the dementia thing. I've heard a handful of y'all colleagues talk about that. That's a real struggle for us right now. I mean, we're 120 acres. We're a big canvas. It's like a countryside, and it's their countryside. But even our folks, they'll walk around and it's safe. But that's a challenge. It's the whole dementia thing. It's a work in progress.
Thank you. It was beautiful. It's so important we talk about these things, right? That's the most important thing, is that we're all kind of thinking about these things and talking about them. I'm going to give you a softball. This is really easy. I just want to know, like in Nevada, affordable housing is a real issue. And we've got a whole geography here in the entire country. So I want to just hear from you, Mark. It's like, how's affordable housing where you are? Because that affects staff and people served.
Well, housing's pretty expensive, but I don't think it's your level expensive in Ohio. It's gone up greatly in the last several years. We have 2 HUD houses, obviously, that helps with rent for those individuals. But as we talk about expansion, we did have somebody come out to give us an estimate on what it would take to put a house on our property, because I was curious, and it was over $1.2 million. And that was just something that I could not even swallow at the current moment, or look at a capital campaign when we have donors and funders that are currently pulling some of that because of the financial climate. So, yeah, it's not great. I don't like your question. I don't like
I think for us, affordable housing it's an issue, especially for our staff, for those, right, for the DSPs working in the homes. And I'm always trying to figure out how do we take care of our staff that we do. I mean, my dream would be, these are things I say that scare people sometimes to work with me, but I'm like, I'd like to own our own apartment building that we could provide at a below market rate for many of our staff. It's a dream that I think would help that. There's a lot of money in West Michigan. There is a lot of money going towards affordable housing. We're trying to figure out how to get ourselves included in that as well and be able to create it there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge challenge. A lot of people decided to, move to Florida over the past couple of years, and that's caused a lot of pressures. But, one good thing is our residential community is located, not in a dense population center, but, St. Cloud has continued to grow and grow as well. So, the same pressures are still being applied there. But, there's not enough for both, the people who support our residents and for individuals who are in, supported living that we support. They have to have roommates or live with families, so it's a huge, definitely.
We're in probably one of the highest affordable rate for 1 bedroom in our zip code is $1,700 a month. And we try to get all of our people on Section 8 because SSI covers, roughly half of that rent. So that's clearly not going to work. Our families, supplement. We try to get everyone on Section 8 to make that amount be less. And we also work to make it possible for some of our caregivers. We took one of our houses kind of off of the, not really off the market, but what we did is we worked with one of the supported living agencies so that we pay a quarter of the rent, the agency pays a quarter of the rent as a housing bonus, and the family living in the house that works for the supported living agency gets the space at half off. And we wish we could get so many people who do all of this difficult work and have to commute 40 or 45 minutes or worse if they leave at a traffic time to get home to a place that's more affordable.
We live in a rural place. It's a different challenge. I mean, we just don't experience some of the same issues, and yet at the same time, I try to tell folks, again, this sort of self-joking thing, get old, but I say we live in Mayberry, and the hard part about it is, like a lot of our trustees, I guarantee you, I always like to write stuff down. I'm a note taker, and if I've written anything down in the last day and a half, I write down what y'all are doing with what you're spending, all these numbers that you share from here or just in conversations, because our board just, they're under this mindset that it ought to cost nothing because you're in Mississippi. You laugh, I am dead serious. And it's that's an interesting, I mean, it's nothing, I mean, it's all relative. You know, it's all relative, and you're trying to build a nice product for people, and you're trying to build something that'll, you know, what you're building, not just the program organically, but the building needs to be sustainable. And, you know, it's worth the investment. Whatever nutty figure you're paying today, talk about it 5 years from now. Talk about it 10 years from now. We're renovating houses that were built in 1978. We'll think it was a steal. But it's hard.
It's hard. Yeah, absolutely. Perfect. Okay, so we are all here for ideas. What idea should we steal from you? Who wants to go first? What idea should we steal from you?
This question was not on the script.
I will say that I think partnerships are just extremely important. So, you know, for a while, when I first started, we were, you know, a strictly private pay model. We were not succeeding. That business model did not work for us. But, you know, going out, looking at other organizations, getting involved with the state association has been, you know, such a huge blessing to us. And then getting involved in the DE Council and bringing people together to look at these issues. You know, that's one of the things, you know, I was never told by my board to go do this, but I knew that there was a need there to kind of bridge these relationships. And I think that's been very powerful. So, you know, don't just look at your community, look at the impact that you could have across, you know, your region or state, and try to build those relationships and partnerships so that you can, you know, do something bigger together.
Everybody jumping to the mic.
I have a lot of ideas. I don't know, 10% of them are probably good. But,
give us one of the 10.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think of what those were. I got people over there who came with me, so I gotta be careful which ones I say. But
no, you've been really good so far. I think they're fine.
They're fine. So they took their name tags off so that people would look at me. I think for us, you know, when I walk into David's house, you know, but we also, what I figured out was we were trying to do everything alone. He did not spend time getting to know the other providers in our area. I always say, like, my third day on the job, I found Krista Mason's card in my drawer, and I ended up sending her an email and said, I don't know who you are, but I think we need to be friends because I don't know what I just did taking this job. So, and we probably talked once. Much larger providers than us that we never spoke with. We kind of viewed them as not necessarily competitors, but just folks that, you know, they're doing things different than us, so we shouldn't talk to them. And that's been for me, I came out of the business and sales world and stuff, and I'm like, well, we need these relationships. So I've spent a lot of time getting to know them, a lot of breakfast, a lot of happy hours. Those are much more fun meetings. But just to share ideas, but also now, like in our county, with this 5% Medicaid rate reduction that we're facing, well, now all of a sudden we're part of a group that's coming together to figure out how to fight this together instead of doing it alone. So I think for me, that's our biggest thing is get to know the other folks in your area and make sure you're talking with them.
So I would say don't to have your partnerships, as they both said, but I would also say your parents are your biggest advocates and you need them to be part of your team for your residential to be successful. We do a lot of work with our parents when we are working on remodels, on expansion, on changing programming. We have a lot of parent conversations, parent meetings to keep them involved. And they're also part of our board. So our board makeup requires that we have at least 20% be parents of our participants or guardians or caregivers. And it's so important because it is very easy to lose yourself to the financial, sustainable piece of it and how to make the business continue to function in a positive or at least balance. And having parents sitting across from you, while it is always at the forefront of my mind, I would like to say, but there are times when I'm looking at somebody and saying, yeah, I know we want to do this, but if we want to pay our bills, we have to do this. And it helps to have a parent across the table when you have to have those conversations because they are an advocate for you when they go out because they can share that message as well and they have an understanding of where those decisions are coming from and how you're still doing what's best for residents, but also crossing these T's and dotting these I's to ensure that you're meeting the things that you need to meet. So don't build, don't expand, don't do residential housing in a vacuum. Make sure you have the people around the table that are going to be there to kind of support your mission and support what you're going through.
Nope, he doesn't want it. Okay.
I mean, this, I don't know, I'm such a say, nothing new under the sun. To steal, wow, that's a good question. My laws. I said a minute ago about being you. It's not anything you need. Our situation, like I said, it's a little, it's interesting. We're in just such, we're in a weird space right now at the center, I feel, because we're trying to transition some leadership. We've got a lot of long-time tenured people. We've got a lot of long-time tenured residents, that means tenured families. And you're trying to figure out how to, how to, I say be real, how to tell some folks no, how to tell some folks yes. It's an interesting, it's not a secret. I mean, I just know, how open, private pay, all our families are very, very involved. And one of the things, we talk business all the time. And again, this is not a secret. Probably the one thing, we have fun what you're doing. You have fun and find joy.
I didn't hear that all week. So
do you have fun? I mean, that's why I love coming to this bunch, because this is not a misery-less company. Let's whine and gripe at one another about, we hear some of that. We complain about funding structures and sustainability and stuff, but by and large, you're an encouraging, inspiring group of folks. And it's, I sit here and stumble and stutter, but be joyful. I mean, that is a secret. And you think, I don't want to show anybody. The secret sauce. What's your secret sauce? You should already know it, but give your financials away, give your governance documents away. Scott McAvoy, tell me, we had talked about this 100 times. Adam somewhere. We share all this information because I'm not giving you Medora Center. Medora Center is Philippe and his. I know it's not Philippe. Play along, but it's you. It's you and your son, and it's us, and it's an organic thing. And all right, I need to stop. So.
I hope she speaks to me. I hope she speaks to me, but I hope this was valuable because we really listened yesterday. And I think there were a lot of questions that weren't answered, and we wanted to make sure that we answered them. So I think this team did a fabulous, you're all fabulous leaders. Of course you did. Yes? What? Any questions out? Any more questions? Any questions? Yes. Oh yeah, I want to hear Mary's question.
Oh, Mary. Oh.
Thank you for this. Mary will be opening a comedy shack at
I have such a boring question, but I just wanted to know what your overtime, like what your turnover rate is. And do you do shift work or is it in person? Yeah, you're fine.
So I don't know our turnover rate for residential only because it all kind of goes in together, but we're at a 21% turnover rate for DSPs, which is the lowest that we've been in more than 5 years. As far as shift, if we shift is $2 more an hour. And as far as overtime, right now, because of staffing, typically a month we have about 200 hours of overtime. I don't know what the rate is because I get it by hour. I don't crunch those numbers till the end of the month. But right around there. Was that all your questions? Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
We're riding at 20% too for turnover, which is the lowest it's been for us since COVID. We run 3 shifts. Overtime, we're probably running about 300 hours every 2 weeks, every payroll.
Last 5 years between 7 and 12% the DSP turnover. Again, we work a 7 on, 7 off schedule. At night, April will be glad to answer any questions in the back. But it's a, you know, as far as overtime, you know, I don't have that exact number. I know that we to reduce some of it. It is easier to rely on reliable people and let them work overtime than it is to add another 2 or 3 people. Not good business, but you got to find the balance. Really focus on the triangle. About 150 every 2 weeks. So yeah.
Okay, hey, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to take a 15-minute break before the next session, which is listening session. So we're going to be testing our equipment. So please take a break and we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Position, I'll keep it short. I do hope that you found our programs informative, and I know personally I've come out of the last day and a half energized to continue our efforts. One thing I talked about in my opening comments, I'm going to reiterate now, it would be very helpful if all of you submit a comment in response to the Department of Health and Human Services request for comments that support repeal of the settings rule. We are going to send around that email again, so you'll have the link that helps you make that comment, and also our sample comment. Our request there is not to just cut and paste, but to make your own comment based on what our suggestions are. Again, to the extent you folks have contacts with policymakers that you think can help us pursue our goal, please make sure you inform us of that. And before I finish, I just would like to make a personal note about Sister Rosemary, who's been so impactful in my own life. When all of you have toured Mr. McCourty, you saw the physical legacy of Sister Rosemary. I hope you also felt the spiritual legacy, which is so much greater. She's been an inspiration to me. And I find I've had the privilege of knowing Sister for 40 years. And I find myself now, I've always found her to be an inspiration, saying, what would Sister do? And I'm happy to make a decision in my life about my daughter. And of course, that's a whole lot for a Jewish boy to say about her. So with that, again, thank you all for coming.
Okay, just a few final words. Just to follow Scott, I just want to acknowledge the fact that many of us know each other today because of Sister. So many of us are here because she was the reason that we came together. And so I think we have an obligation to continue the connections and continue to build this and continue to keep our voices heard and present and in front and center. And so, again, we can't thank you enough for being here today. It was so fun getting to know each of you. Just tell me, by raising your hand, did you meet one new person? Okay. Goal met. Excellent. Did you learn one new best practice that you can take back to your organization? Awesome. Great. Goal 2 met. I don't know what my goal 3 was, but I'm sure we met that too. So thank you again. We're ending the conference with Chicago pizza. So we hope that you enjoy that. Again, for people that are taking tours, people will be out in the benefactor hall waiting for you if you'd like to take a tour. And if you are ordering an Uber or a Lyft, it's 6300 North Ridge is the address. Thank you very much.